Zankoku na tenshi no yo ni shonen yashin ni wa ni nare. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Ah, Aoki, kaze ga ima, one no doa wo taitemo. Okay. Matching these syllables up to the song is actually really difficult. What song is that? Sounds familiar? That is the Evangelion opening. Typo in the title. What? Investing Keffals. Yep, that's a late night title typing. Yes, sir. Igating. There we go. What's up? Oh man, I'm really over to the side now. Oh my god, look at that. I'm like one of those YouTube React channels where they have the anime scene up here in the corner, you know? And that where like Deku goes, ah, and then I go, whoa, and I like make my eyeballs all popped. Voss shaved? No, I actually do have a beard. You can see it, thereabouts. Looking good. Did you sleep well? I made extra special shirt to get some more sleep than usual. So rather than being extremely tired, I'm actually just moderately tired, which is a big step up for me. How y'all doing? What's up? Hey, hey. Good for you, bud. Yeah. Got woken up by a phone call by a stranger, lol. That is how a lot of stories start. Will you shave at 500k subs? Yeah, if you can get me there by tomorrow, then yes. Are you in the mood for a high effort shitpost? A 43-second long shitpost? Maybe. I'll have it in the tabs. Hold on. Watch you tweet through Keffals stream earlier today made me feel so terminally online. I was interacting on Twitter and watching someone else interact with you on Twitter. Yeah, this is the Keffals thing is of course a big nothing. It's very much a critical support moment. Whether or not you think it's good or bad or mean or whatever to say retard, I will always defend people against the incredible toxicity of the online left when it comes to purity testing. You know, it's like Keffel says like retard or something, and then the entire like tide of hell descends upon her, and the whole time they're going, well, why don't you could just not say retard. You saying slurs is that important to you? But the truth is, you should be able to be kind of edgy and problematic without having the entirety of the fucking political movement come down on you. We're not talking about like a rant on the necessity of eugenics. We're talking about a word that people have been using ubiquitously since like Xbox Live days, the fact like tell a group of normies that the left gets their panties in a twist over this and they'll laugh at you. She platformed a known sex pest. Damn, that's exactly what people say when other people have me on. What do you okay? What did she endorse the sex pestery? Did she bring somebody on? What was she like? And here we have a person who is a rapist, and we love raping, don't we, folks? Is that what she did? No, she didn't do that. Really, that's a shock to me because from the way I see people talking online, it seems like that actually is what she did. You would think that. I DM'd you about it, but Keffals would like to come on stream. Um, Keffals has my number. Why can't she just text me? Oh no, this is going to be a long stream, isn't it? Probably not. It's probably going to be an average length stream, or at least not a short stream like yesterday was. Either way, we'll make it happen. Keffals did text you? No, she didn't. I was watching a playthrough and enjoying myself, but when I looked up the guy playing, he's a sex pest, so I gotta start again with someone else. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, odds are that every single Hollywood movie you've ever enjoyed has had at least one actor in it who is a rapist, okay? Have fun. Godspeed. Will you cover the donos you missed yesterday? Yeah, Subs and Soda, except I'm going to skip yours, because if I hit exclamation point stock Subs and Soda right here, first of all, no one's guaranteed to have their donos read, but if I hit stock Subs and Soda right here, I wonder what the content of these messages are going to be. Will you cover the donos? Vosh, you better cover the donos you missed. There's some big news. Oh wait, you actually message here a lot, so it's difficult to go back up and see that you were doing this yesterday too. But I'm on to your shit. I'm on to you. He had a baby? Damn, that's crazy. I have fucking 3,000 babies in chat right now whining at me, okay? I'll get to them soon. Anyway, of course, Dylan. If you always have TTS on, then donos are always ready for you. Yeah, and I never get to actually stream. Any debates in line for the near future? Yes. We doing politics today? At this rate, apparently no. Bosch, I think you're somewhat out of focus. You're right, Juzor. Let me get rid of one chatter to slightly narrow my focus. Bot perma ban Juzor 1 million no. Just slightly narrow my focus back then. Really concentrate the energy. You know. All right, folks. All right. You want to jump right into it? Let me close Neon Genesis Evangelion opening theme cover English. I don't know why that was up. Right off the bat. Twitch's AI-generated Seinfeld show was banned after a stand-up comedy set that included transphobic comments. I take back what I've said before. AI art is possible.
So, this is my stand-up set in a club. There's like 50 people here, and no one is laughing. Anyone have any suggestions? I'm thinking about doing a bit about how being transgender is actually a mental illness. Or how all liberals are secretly gay and want to impose their will on everyone. Or something about how transgender people are ruining the fabric of society. But no one is laughing. So, this is my stand-up set in a club. There's like 50...
God, that's good. Yeah, so basically they made an AI-generated Seinfeld show that was running 24/7. It was literally just like generating premises to run through. Incredible stuff here. Is that enough to get it banned? I guess Twitch is worrying here, I think, that like at any moment it's gonna drop the N-bomb. The show was actually mad fun. I heard a lot of people really enjoyed it, but now it's banned, so you know, whatever. This is if there is any art to be found in AI generation, it's this. It's in like emergent weirdness that we can all appreciate as a kind of spectacle, more so than it is an individual piece of media. I gotta say, it's pretty damn funny. You know, this seems to keep happening to AI generated, I don't know, chatbots, like anything like that. Anything that generates conversation, where it'll like train on people's behavior, and then it will eventually turn out to be racist or sexist, or like that Microsoft bot that ended up getting turned into a Nazi, which is really funny, I think, honestly. I think that's the reason why the GPT bot, or like the current big one that people are using, has a bunch of like hardline programmed limitations when it comes to not being offensive, right? Yeah, like a lot of human safeguarding, exactly. AI is inherently anti-human, I guess. Well, no, actually. The reason for it is it's okay. Have you guys seen I don't know if I'll be able to just Google and find this, but there was a study that showed recently that it was on Facebook, something like the overwhelming majority of mentions of transgender people were from conservative spaces, not from left-leaning spaces. The truth is that if you have a group, if you have like a group of people and 50% of them are like are like racist and 50% of them are like not racist, they're normal. Obviously, the racist group will be talking about race way more than the non-racist group, if you can believe it. So the problem is that overwhelmingly any explicit discussion of any minority group, if you're taking a look at like aggregate use of these terms, is going to favor reactionary ideology. Yeah, Facebook interactions and all trans-related posts by page ideology from October 2020 to September 2021, with the overwhelming majority coming from fear-mongering on the right. So it's probably something to that effect. I mean, think about it, okay? If you think about imagine if you could just get like Google alerts to be informed of any time anyone used the word Jews, right? How do you think your Google alerts would look? How do you think those would turn out? Can you imagine being an AI bot network and go like, all right, we're gonna pull some terms here. We're gonna use the internet to find some information. We're gonna pull all references to the term Jarvis. Pull up all references to Jews on Google. I see. 6 million does seem like a lot, does it? It's just instantly you're a deluge of insane shit. I don't know what kind of safeguarding you'd have to do or what would be necessary to that effect. Yeah. As a corollary, you could think of an issue where the progressive side of things is the one that would have way more hits. For example, healthcare. Overwhelmingly, when the term healthcare is used, it's by progressives who are arguing in favor of better healthcare. Conservatives don't use the word healthcare as much because their strategy is to downplay and ignore it. They don't want to talk about it. Which means that I'm willing to bet it would be almost impossible to get an AI network to start saying stuff like, we need less healthcare coverage, or we need to defund healthcare. I think that'd be really difficult to find. So yeah, I think it's that. It's just a very simple bias in not even human behavior. I guess human behavior, a simple bias in the way these topics tend to get discussed. I don't know. Do you think the devs for ChatGPT is trained to detect dog whistles? I mean, kind of hard for a bot to detect dog whistles, but the ChatGPT algorithm is safeguarded to keep it from saying anything overtly bigoted, I guess. I don't really know. This AI streamer denied the Holocaust? Damn. Oh, this was just earlier this year. Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, Jarvis, pull up all Google hits for Holocaust. Nero-sama is a VTuber who streams Minecraft and the rhythm game Osu on Twitch, but unlike most avatars, she's controlled by an AI rather than a human being. Within the first few streams, somebody had already asked Nero-sama about the Holocaust. It's very fitting, too. You basically guarantee Holocaust denial with a VTube model like this, because this is an anime rendering of a child, which means that all of 4chan is going to descend upon it, dick in hand, ready to dedicate their entire fucking neural clump to Lolicon and the Holocaust, the only two things they care about. And then she said, I'm not sure if I believe it. Nice. Good meme. The Osu community is pretty white supremacist. That makes sense. I have very negative associations with rhythm games for some reason. Whenever I picture rhythm games, especially anime rhythm games, I basically just think of the absolute dredges of society. So I don't know. It's all kind of fitting together in my mind. My biases are all sort of locked together here, you know? You played Guitar Hero? I don't associate Guitar Hero with absolute dredges of society. I associate it with high schoolers having fun at parties. Not to mention, Guitar Hero is a classic party game, and Osu, I'm willing to bet, is not. Let me just look what this game looks like real quick. Let me just, hold on. See, I haven't seen this Osu game specifically, but You know, maybe my biases are unwarranted here. If I just YouTube search Osu. Oh no. 10 million views. Playing Osu while my parents are arguing. All my preconceptions have been confirmed by this one YouTube video that I specifically chose to find. All right. All right. What is this? Why do I have texts from Keffals, Posadas John, saying, "Oh hi, Posadas John," in my chat and said, "Text you about coming on"? Posadas John, are you playing Meet Cute? Are you doing a match bit right now? That's what you said to do? Posadist! No, what? No! Posadist, I said if she wanted to come on, she could text me. She doesn't seem to know. I didn't say for you to... Did she ever want to come on? Yes, you did. I did not tell Posadas John. Remember when you were like, email them for me? Keffals? Now, I'm getting a hella gaslit right now. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yes, she wants to come on. She said earlier she wants on. I was watching Keffals, and yes, she does want on. Then why does she seem confused? Alright, we'll see. Just take the L. Yeah. Hold on, before this... I said earlier while going over your tweets, it would be cool to talk to you, but I don't want to force a conversation based on chatters being annoying. Okay, and the lesson that we're all learning today is that streamers have each other's numbers, or at least their contact info, and they can directly engage with each other if they want to. We're all learning a valuable lesson. I don't know. I'm watching both streams and watch you both text each other. Posadist, that's because you told her to... Okay, now... Okay. Deliberately included like 17 typos in that one. All right. Guys, I've got good news. For those of you who were worried about getting to play Hogwarts Legacy, is it transphobic? Is it bad? Well, the answer is no. Because actually, you're now a warrior for trans rights. Hogwarts Legacy introduces Sirona Ryan, the Harry Potter series' first trans character. And now nobody gets to be happy. There we go. Congratulations. There's somebody on the dev team who's contorting their face to look like the troll face guy. They're bending in every way they're physically capable. Just absolutely yucking it up. Do you think this is a troll by Rolling? I don't think Rolling has direct creative control over this. It might be a dev who's sympathetic to her. It might be a dev who's sympathetic to us. I don't know. First of all, here's a quick question. Why would there ever be trans wizards or witches in the Harry Potter universe when they have readily available magical spells and potions that can that can that can change how you look. They do that in like the second book or something. They'd still be trans. Okay, yeah, but like obviously not in the same way. They have like a potion that changes your appearance. Only temporary though. I am positive that there would be a permanent way to do that. And nah, it's nah, blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, magical HRT. Yeah, Harry Potter world builders never made sense. It's so funny. No, nobody gets to be happy. Yeah, I am using an ad blocker. Seriously? Disable ad blocker. Show me how. You can support us for free by disabling your ad blocker or browse ad-free for only $1 a month. I love modern... Click continue? There is no continue. Hold on. You will pay? Let me turn off the ad blocker. Pause on this site always. Thank you. All right. Who is Sirona Ryan? Why did they make her last name a guy's first name? Oh my god, that's funny. I want to be clear, by the way, if you're a trans chick or whatever, and your name is Sirona, I don't care. It's like how I'm sure there's at least one black guy whose name is Kingsley, you know? I don't actually care. It's not the name itself. It's the fact that, like, J.K. Rowling has already gotten a ton of flack for just, like, introducing massive bigotry and biases into the names of the, you know, variously demographically different characters in Harry Potter. Cho Chang, Kingsley Shacklebolt, the fucking Irish kid. Yeah. So anyway, it's very funny. It's incredibly funny. Second trans character, Amanda Goodman. Yes, exactly. 100%. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with having a chick named Amanda. It's just very funny that this is where we're getting it. I'm a trans girl named Ryan, kill me. I think Ryan is a cute name on a girl, personally. Again, to be clear, this is because it's a J.K. Rowling property, all right? I want to be clear about that. Sirona Ryan is the proprietress of the Three Brews. Won't make the joke. A pub located in the game's Hogsmeade Village. The player character interacts with her during a mission with a goblin named Lodgok, who's friends with her. During the quest, Sirona explains how Lodgok, I hate Harry Potter so much, has always been kind to her, explaining how, even when her classmates took time to realize I was actually a witch, Lodgok recognized her identity immediately after years apart. Okay. After the player character asks Sirona about her bond with Lodgok, she replies, Hadn't seen him in years when he came in a few months ago, but he recognized me instantly, which is more than I can say for some of my own classmates. Took him a second to realize that I was actually a witch and not a witch. Wait. So this Lodgok is notable not because they were able to immediately identify that Sirona was the previously guy friend that he had, but rather because the goblin Lodgok was the only one who was willing to not clock her. No, Lodgok is the opposite of the clocker. Everyone else clocked her. Lodgok was the only one who was like, and this goblin accepted my identity. That's literally it. It's literally, while explaining my bond with this goblin wretch creature, it's because, oh yeah, well, it was the only one who didn't call me a man, so Literally, that's not a joke. That's that's not a joke. Okay. No voice actress is officially listed as being attached to their role in any public materials, with the game's end credits providing a list of voiceover talent without including their specific roles in the game. Okay. Wow. That's incredibly funny. Everyone in Harry Potter is transphobic confirmed? Yeah, I guess so. Just like the voice? Oh god, do we want to like judge the voice? I don't want to send anyone in the audience into like a depressive catatonic, you know? Yes. All right. Let's see if this witch has been doing her voice training.
Us about what's been going on.
In that case, I'd like to talk with him, about Ranrock in particular. Where might I find him?
I assume your interest is to do with the rumours I've heard about Ranrock working with our friend Rookwood.
So the answer is no, but I still think she has a nice voice. I actually think it's a pleasant voice. Can you turn off the accents? I assume that would be somewhere in the accessibilities menu, because having British accents would be kind of like a disability accommodation. 160. It's little video. Of course, it'd be very masculine. I don't actually. Okay, the line we're drawing right now, okay, is that like obviously I don't give a shit if a trans chick is named Ryan or Serona or looks or sounds however way, but it's more like, okay, we have this like, so J.K. Rowling is literally the leader of an international hate movement. That's not an exaggeration. Like if history runs the right direction, she'll be remembered alongside like people who were friendly with the Klan back in the earlier days of the United States. And they're coming out with this big blockbuster game, which is you know, like here to sell a bunch of copies, and they're trying to address, you know, to make up for or in some way counter media stigma associated with J.K. Rowling's predisposition against trans people, and then they come out with Sir Ryan, a person who is only not clocked by a goblin and who does not voice train. You know, again, it's not about what's okay or acceptable in the real world. It's just like, well, how funny is it that this is what they would go for, you know? Pretty noteworthy too, because in my experience, overwhelmingly, when trans characters are included in like video games, the trans characters are like flawlessly passing and are only acknowledged to be trans in backstory or something like that, you know? Like in my experience, usually when there's a character, they want to get some woke brownie points or whatever, they have a trans character in there. It's usually like either you have the BioWare version, like the Andromeda, Mass Effect Andromeda, where they like you open the door to their office and she walks up to you and she's like, "Hello, my name is Amanda. Did you know I used to be a man?" Like that. Or you like read it in a book, like a little book snippet somewhere, or see a picture on the desk. It's the context that matters. We've seen this with racist stereotypes, gay stereotypes. Yeah, it's like how there are lispy gay people who are super annoying IRL. But it would be like if a super homophobic guy produced a game and it was like, ah, yeah, here's your gay character, like Dick McSuckcock, with like giant DSL and like a assless chap's jock strap and a full leather harness, and he just sits there doing nothing but like sexually harassing prepubescent boys who walk by. It's like, okay, are we trying to say something with this one? Or likewise, like there are black dudes who talk in AAVE, and who sound very much sometimes like stereotypes, that like racists would make of black people. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with talking in AAVE. There would be something wrong with making a video game where there are like 3 black characters, all of them talk exclusively in AAVE and rep every stereotype of like black culture that they possibly could. Like all of them have sagging pants, all of them are playing basketball, and they all come across looking like those ultra racist like white supremacist comics that you see online sometimes. The overdrawn ones where like all the black people are drawn like minstrel show rejects. Never seen them? Yeah, of course. If you want an easy comparison, Vosh, Persona 5 sure had only 2 gay characters who exist to harass high school kids. Yeah, I got a pretty quick read on the politics of Persona 5 when they busted out the 17-year-old in full pink leather like bondage push-up bra gear. Everyone in Persona 5 exists to harass minors? Yes. Would JKR even be okay with a trans character in the game? I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know how much direct control she has over the process. Red leather, not pink leather? Okay, red leather, sorry. Do you think WB had her added in the last minute? I have no idea. I can't even begin to speculate on the intentions here. The only thing that matters is that it's very funny. But now that Hogwarts Legacy is woke, you're all free to buy it, so go ahead. Discourse settled. So you're not going to play Persona, I guess? Well, I tried watching somebody else play it, and the first 5 hours were tutorializing, and they all did the anime character thing of anytime anything is said, everyone else repeats it. Like, we're in the Shadow Castle. The Shadow Castle? Yeah, the Shadow Castle. That's where we control the hearts and minds of the people in the real world. The hearts and minds. You don't mean the hearts and minds of the people in the real world. Yeah, here, in the Shadow Castle. The Shadow Castle? Yeah. What? The Shadow Castle? Oh, Hajime. Every fucking it's like every single it's an RPG. Get over it. Get over it, and by it I mean life. Fuck you. RPGs don't have to be poorly written. Holy shit. Go play a real fucking RPG. You fucking hear jazz music on the radio, and you're like, fuck, Persona soundtrack. What? This came out in the 50s? Fuck you. Oh my god. The Muffin Man. The Muffin Man. Yeah. Fuck. Japanese speech really does have this repetition problem. It's not actual Japanese speech. Like actual Japanese people don't talk like that, thank God. It's just a we're making this anime for like and trying to market it as broadly as possible. So we need to like fucking pad that shit. Yeah, it's writing for stupid people. It's the same reason that like news articles are written at an 8th grade reading level. Yes, Little Roscoe. Opinion on Puss in Boots 2, it's excellent. Anime does this all the time, actually. Yeah, it's not good, though. Okay, what the fuck is this? I never saw Puss in Boots 1. Play Hi-Fi Rush, it's actually sick. Yeah, I can't really play Hi-Fi Rush on stream. Doesn't Hi-Fi Rush have copyright songs in the playlist? It has streamer mode. Okay. Okay. But does it have a real streamer mode? Because the Life is Strange games have streamer modes, and what that means is they just don't play music for multiple minutes at a time. So there will be like a big like a panning scene of like a car driving down a highway for like 48 seconds, dead silent because they had copyright music over it and they didn't replace it with anything. No, it's actual music and it's good. Okay, okay. As long as they actually like turn on streamer friendly mode and you're playing it in like the demo area with no music, it's like completely silent. Oh God. You look extra gay today? I don't think that's true at all. I think I look less gay than I normally do. They wrote new music specifically for stream mode? Okay, gotcha. Okay. You look a median amount of gay? Okay. YouTuber, ooh, I should try this. YouTuber reportedly faked GTA live stream to have an alibi while he committed murder. This was the Sam Cedar, Steven Crowder, oh my god, what a fucking nightmare strategy right here. Where they pre-record something in order to, in order to have like an alibi, to get other people, you know. Charged with the murder of a woman, which authorities say the content creator faked a live stream during the time of her death as a way to give himself an alibi. Damn, dude. This guy felt so fucking smart, I bet you. This guy felt so goddamn smart. He was like, heh, these normies will never catch on to me. he's like Yagami Light over here. Galaxy brain shit. They'll never... Yeah. Moist just did a vid. He's sick. Yo, okay. We'll check a Moist vid. Moist man! Bring it. I want to know more about the story. Is it Walmart has a huge problem? Because that dropped an hour ago. Most evil streamer ever. Oh, he made a video on me.
I'll be honest, I don't usually cover topics like what I'm about to touch on today, because it's extremely serious. Usually the stuff I cover is things to point and laugh at.
I will not take this seriously.
Throw tomatoes at, say, boo, stinky, yucky, boo, or just so. I looked it up there. There wasn't a ton of specifics mentioned about the case of that magnitude to prove their innocence and act as a smokescreen to cover up their crimes. And the person I'm about to talk about hasn't been found guilty yet, but they have been charged with murder with overwhelming evidence. Extremely compelling and strong evidence. On December 18th in Ireland, a woman named Natalie McNally was stabbed to death in her own home. She was
That's not good. Don't do that.
15 weeks pregnant at the time of her death. And the person accused of the murder is a man named Stephen McCullough. He is a YouTuber as well as streamer. He mainly focused on toy reviews, as far as I can tell, specifically seeming to be a big Doctor Who toy reviewer. So what happened is, on the night of Natalie McNally's murder, Stephen McCullough went live on his channel. And this live stream is still up right now. It's a 6-hour live stream. And this was crucial evidence to prove his innocence on this evening. Because how could McCullough have possibly killed someone when there's proof of him streaming from his home at the same time that the murder had taken place? So they eventually, after bringing him in initially on suspicion of being involved in this case, let him go. Because this live stream did serve as a proof.
Oh, he must have felt so smug, man. Oh, man. Oh, he must have felt so smug. Okay, the way this must have played out during the following hearing, this had to be like some Ace Attorney bullshit right here. Literally like, how could the defendant have possibly committed this crime when they were live streaming at the time? Objection! Were they though? What? Were they live streaming at the time? Phoenix! I have here a testimony from a technological expert claiming that live stream was pre-recorded. What? What's wrong? What does that mean? It means the defendant was actually present at the scene of the crime and covered his tracks with, like, oh man, fuck. Very rarely do you get revelations like that. Whew.
Pretty good alibi for him. Plus, this wasn't just streamed to 0 viewers, there were real sentient human beings with a pulse there to watch this stream, so should any of this information ever come to light, there would be a lot of witnesses saying, no, I was watching him stream, he was 100% at home. So that was his whole plan. And while this worked for a brief period of time getting him out of suspicion, it was an ephemeral victory because after the investigators combed through about 4,000 hours worth of CCTV footage, they kind of pinned his whole location. They got his whole itinerary here. They were able to track him around and follow him around like it was a fucking Sims character. So not only did they see him through the CCTV evidence, but they also had the account of the taxi driver. They even took notice of things like a yellow glove underneath a black...
Like Light Yagami doing homework while hiding the mini TV in the chips bag. Literally, though. This is just the modern equivalent of I'm going to take this potato chip and eat it, you know? Like, the police will be looking for my location at this exact time, but all they'll have to look at is a pre-recorded live stream. I'll take this clip and upload it. So,
glove while giving change to a bus driver. And with all of this, they had a really strong case against him being the murderer. But they still had that live stream to explain. Because again, there is a live stream that did span the entire course where all of this took place. So how the fuck does this happen? You know, is he David Copperfield? Like, what, two places at once? Is this some kind of prestige situation where he had like a twin or a clone of himself?
How are you the kind of guy to pre-record a live stream to give yourself an alibi, but you also take a taxi to the murder? How do you do that? How does a person... Okay, pre-recording a live stream actually isn't a bad bit to give yourself an out. That's not bad, right? Like, okay, most cops are pretty, like, technologically illiterate, and I doubt, like, judges are that much better. And frankly, I doubt lawyers are that much better. It might not even occur to them to get a technological expert on to testify to the veracity of the live stream. Why would you take the taxi? It seems like he actually would have gotten away for it if it weren't for the fact that they were able to pinpoint his location with all of the CCTV camera footage, right? Because initially he was acquitted. They were not acquitted, but they dropped the investigation because of the live stream. But then he went and was caught on all those cameras. He had his phone with him. He had his phone with him? Oh my god. Keep watching his stream wasn't exactly convincing. Uh-oh.
The actual answer is it's far simpler than you would possibly ever think. The live stream was fake. Yes, the stream went live on his channel during this whole period of time, but it wasn't actually a live stream. It was a pre-recorded video that Stephen...
Yeah, he was actually streaming the murder, lol. Oh, he accidentally hit go live on his phone while he was doing the murder. So he was like, in the courtroom, he was like, look, I was live streaming at the time. I couldn't have done it. And they're like, okay, but on a separate stream key, like you were also...
had recorded days prior in order to look like a live stream, to mimic a live stream, so that way it could be used as an alibi for him. And when you watch the live stream, which again is still up on his channel, there are so many alarming red flag moments throughout it, even from the get-go. So he mentions at the very beginning of this live stream that he's not going to be able to read chat for a variety of technical reasons. One of them being it would crash his computer, it'd freeze the computer, it'd ruin the whole stream because of all of these deep tech problems that he couldn't solve. Everything's gone cattywampus, so he won't be able to read your chat. More like, Doctor, who's talking? Because I can't see you, I'm not reading chat. He just keeps reiterating over and over and over again that there's going to be no chat interaction. Because obviously, since this is a pre-recorded thing, there is no chat for him to read or interact with.
Well, because this streaming software is kind of up the left, it means I can't check the live chat, which is a real shame. Can't look at the live chat for some bloody reason, because if I do, it makes the whole thing freeze and OBS just screws up.
And he just kept, like, explaining why he can't read chat, and then he started talking about...
That's a really dumb excuse. Why? First of all, just don't mention it. If you're the kind of streamer who looks at chat a lot, either say, like, your second monitor broke, and then break it. You're trying to get away with murder here. Like, you know, let's understand the stakes at play here. You know, actually have it broken or drop it, whatever, you know. Or second, just say you have a fucking headache. Literally, like, I've done that. Like, oh my god, my head hurts so much. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna be kind of quiet today. Yeah, like, pretty simple. If you really want to get fancy about it, you can have chatbots in there that would, you could respond to it, like, predetermined intervals, kind of. Just say chat's being a bucket of bummer. Yeah, have a chatbot say something stupid 18 seconds into your live stream, overreact to it for the next hour, and then say, I don't even want to look at chat anymore, fuck you guys. And then just spend the remaining 5 hours sulking. Actually, wait, that's genius right there. Hold on, wait, that's good. That's completely realistic. You're thinking really hard on this? Jokes aside, man, can you imagine how fucked up this guy would have to be to pre-record this entire thing for 6 hours, thinking about the murder the entire time? Because the whole time he's pre-recording, he's thinking, okay, I gotta make this look convincing for when I upload it as an alibi for the murder. He was thinking about the murder every second of the 6 hours that he pre-recorded that stream. It's actually, like, psychotic, you know? Yeah, really fucked.
Well, I guess I could read it on my phone, but, you know, I get addicted to TikTok when I'm on my phone, and that's a mess, so I've put my phone in timeout in another room, so I won't be reading chats there either, and that'd probably ruin my internet too anyway, so no chat tonight. You guys can talk amongst yourself. I don't even like live streamers who read chat, so no chat for me tonight.
Yeah, it looks like the only thing all this preparation has done is that it's guaranteed a murder 1 charge, or whatever the Irish equivalent is, right? Because there's no way a lawyer could argue it wasn't fully premeditated while he's doing all this shit. No, murder of passion or accidental anything. It's just very first degree. First degree murder is like fully intentional and premeditated. It's like second degree murder. Second degree murder is not premeditated but is intentional, I think. And then third degree murder is negligent homicide, right? Where you don't intend to and you don't plan to, but it happens unintentionally. But there is a difference between third degree murder and manslaughter, I think. I think third degree murder is when your actions would reasonably have killed the person. Heat of the moment, yeah, like crime of passion, but you didn't plan it, you weren't intending to do it. And manslaughter is like completely unintentional. Yeah, manslaughter is an oopsie. Manslaughter is when you go, eto, eh? Why is that not an emote? Bleh. This is manslaughter. I don't know how the murder charges are in Ireland or whatever, but now it's murder 1 for this guy, so he's kind of fucked himself. Manslaughter is unintentional but neglectful. Yeah, neglectful. Yeah. So third degree murder would be crime of passion. Manslaughter would be like you should have been more responsible so as to prevent this from happening, basically. Yeah. If I find this as an emote, can I put it in the back end? Thana, could we get a double wide emote, like Peepo wide for this? I would actually love this as an emote. Like, wouldn't that be so cute? You'd have to finish the elbow though, or the elbow. I don't know if the main source of this image has the elbow complete, but yeah. We'll try. I mean, I could edit it. I can do that at least. I tried to add that one image as an emote the other day. The one where Hatsune Miku is staring at a pipe bomb. Unfortunately, the sketchy art style just didn't work very well with the emote format. Pipe bomb. Whoa, so cool. I tried adding it. Add more emotes that are anime. Dude, 90% of the emotes aren't anime, okay? This is hardly an anime, like, dominant emote portfolio. An example of third-degree murder is shooting someone you find sleeping with your partner. Like, yeah, because you didn't walk in, you didn't premeditate a murder, and you just freak out and shoot them. You didn't, like, plan it. Yeah, okay, yeah. Don't kill people, guys. I'd say second degree for that example. Maybe that would be second degree. I don't know. It's okay. We're not legal experts, okay? Maybe that'd be second degree because you plan to, because you pull out the gun. Maybe like third degree there would be like you bust down the bedroom door and see somebody fucking your wife or whatever, and you like freak out and hit them really hard and it kills them. Maybe? I don't know. Stop. Be careful with each other, by the way, okay? You can accidentally kill somebody just by punching them, all right? Human life is fragile and should be respected, all right? For real.
There's plenty of streamers who don't interact with chat, but to go this long and this in-depth on things that make absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever to explain why you're not going to be reading chat or reacting to donations is definitely a little odd. And there's plenty of other really alarming moments about this stream, especially looking back on it in hindsight. He keeps reiterating that he's live, you know, this is live, and he's staying inside all night. He talks about, like, drinking and driving, and he'd never drink and drive, which is why he's staying...
Man, guys, I'm just sorry I can't interact with chat. I'm just really loving this stream. I'm loving doing this stream indoors at my house at 7:32 p.m. It's a lot of fun right here at the moment, you know, just One of the reasons I like it, for example, nonviolent activity. You know, sometimes you're feeling a bit frustrated. That's just part of life. That's okay. But, you know, you can just play video games. You can just let out that aggression. You don't have to hurt anyone. In fact, I would never hurt anyone at 7:33 p.m. At my home live.
Inside, drinking on stream live for his viewers to enjoy. He's playing GTA Vice City throughout the stream, and he's making comments about like how the police force is no longer like equipped to handle cases, and there's a rise in crime. It's in the real world he's talking about. It's all very fucking alarming stuff. But by far the scariest thing he says has to be this.
Yeah, that's physics. That's what would happen in the real world. Abso-fucking-notly. Abso-fucking-notly.
What?
Completely out of nowhere, unprompted, he mentions someone named.
Oh, another big flaw, okay? If you want to use your live streams as an alibi, you can't use Grand Theft Auto, because if there are a bunch of boomers in the jury, they'll watch that and they'll go, playing Grand Theft Auto, only the depraved mind of a murderer would do that, you know? I missed that last bit because I was thinking of the stupid joke.
Abso-fucking-notly.
Oh my god, I didn't even hear that. Holy shit. All right, just playing Grand Theft Auto, murdering my ex-girlfriend. Wait. San Andreas. Abso-fanat murder Wait, he said her name? Yeah, listen.
Abso-fucking-notly. Abso-fucking-notly. Abso-fucking-notly.
Natalie.
Completely out of nowhere, unprompted, he mentions someone named Natalie in a pretty menacing way. And once again, there's plenty of other things he says in here that are very scary.
Yeah, was that actually intentional? Because he looked at the camera when he did that. Okay, I'd like to think that I'm a relatively composed person, but if I was recording a live stream to serve as an alibi while I murder somebody, and I dropped their name accidentally in the alibi tape, I feel like I would immediately slam my fist down on the end recording and start over again. Legit, I think I would. It's like, nope! Fucking shit, break my keyboard on the escape key there. Oh my god! If that was intentional, like fully psychotic, you know?
Abso-fucking-notly.
Look, see, he looks. Look at that.
Completely out of nowhere, unprompted, he mentions someone named Natalie in a pretty menacing way. And once again, there's plenty of other things he says in here that are very scary, but
I'll fix it up, Dana. Thank you.
I think this one is by far the worst moment. This has been 100% confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt to be a fake live stream. When authorities seized some possessions, they found the actual video itself and concluded that it was filmed on December 13th or 14th. And also, McCullough himself has confirmed that the live stream was not actually live, it was pre-recorded, but insists that he was actually just drinking by himself alone that night. He completely denies the murder and insists that someone else may have been dropped off in a taxi near his home. This is referring to the CCTV evidence that they've gathered, pinpointing all of his locations throughout the evening. There's also other awful shit here as well. McCullough stayed pretty close to Natalie McNally's parents, and in one case even left his phone over at their house in order to like bug them and secretly spy on them to record their conversations to see if he was a suspect. So McCullough went to the McNally house.
What? Why? Why would you ever? Oh my god, man. He should plead guilty. There's more than enough evidence. Yeah, I don't know how the Irish court system works. In America, basically nobody pleads guilty because there's no reason to. Everyone pleads not guilty, and then 90% of people do plea deals from that. Basically, our court system is so overloaded that we don't do full trials. So they'll do not guilty, and then it'll be like, okay, so you're not guilty of murder 1, but we'll get you with murder 2, 15 years in prison, and that's the best you're getting. I don't know what it's like in Ireland. I don't really know. What? The American criminal justice system is really, really, really overloaded. So generally the strat, and by the strat, I mean like this is legitimately like 90% of cases go to plea deal. Hold on. How many cases plea deal? So many. 90 to 95% in the United States go over to plea deal. And the other ones go to trial or guilty convictions. But usually like they won't plead guilty because plea bargaining can't really be done if you plead guilty. Like there's no reason for the district attorney to plea bargain with you when you plead guilty. This is first degree. Yeah, in first degree, plea deal is a guilty plea. Plea deal is a guilty plea to a different charge. That's not how it works. Yeah, no, like if they charge you with murder 1, you're like not guilty, and then the DA rolls their eyes and they're like, okay, we'll like knock it down a bit. It's, you know, we'll like you'll plead guilty to a different charge with slightly lesser penalties, but we don't have to go through with the trial. And then your lawyer tells you to go through with it. It can be for a reduced sentence or not to charge the death penalty. Yeah, that's true. Basically, you just try to get like a concession. Yeah. Yeah, if you plead guilty right away, you can't do the plea deal bargaining. You have to plead not guilty to begin with to have even a chance at getting some kind of plea deal. Though again, this guy did murder 1, so I don't know about that one.
Left his phone on record and left, but returned 40 minutes later claiming to have forgotten it, and police were saying that this was an attempt to listen into their conversations to see if they suspected him of anything in this. I can't envision a world where Stephen McCullough is not the person who committed this crime. There is just an overwhelming amount of evidence against him. And he still doesn't have a real explanation for what the possible motive to faking the live stream would even be. Nothing that makes sense, at least. And then randomly dropping Natalie's name during it. I just cannot imagine that this man is innocent, but he hasn't been found fully guilty of being the murderer yet. But yeah, overall,
it'll probably take a while for that to happen. God damn, that is wild. I like Critical. McCullough was also spotted at a morning rally. Morning rally in Logan when she was murdered. He's clearly visible in photos. What? What? Scroll to the bottom. Well, you gave me a lot here. Oh, hello. GAA fans will today pay special tribute to Natalie's loved ones. What it shows solidarity. Wait, is this a different news story? Oh, Natalie's loved ones. Okay, I see. In response to the news, Pike goes on. Interview says, my mind. So he just showed up there looking directly at the camera. Why'd he do it? Well, she was pregnant, so I'm guessing it had something to do with not wanting a kid. That's like my guess. I obviously have no idea. Pregnant women do tend to get murdered, though, by like guys who really don't want to raise a kid. Unless maybe she was made pregnant by somebody else and he was mad about that. Yeah, I don't know. No guarantee, just that does happen. You know, it's been known to happen. It's not good, obviously. Did redraw is much cleaner, but yeah, that's a different character though. I don't know who that is. It's okay. We'll do emote. We need to do emote voting later anyway. Does legal abortion prevent stuff like this? I'm pretty sure Ireland has legal abortions. So no. No, both of the scenarios that I just described there have nothing to do with abortion, because in both cases the woman would want to keep the baby. Northern Ireland? Even in Northern Ireland, right? The North doesn't? Oh, well. Alright, close it up. Alright, what is this clip I was given?
In part, yes. I mean, obviously, Vosh has been a retard. In part, yes. I mean,
completely correct. Unimpeachable and undeniable. Turkey earthquake kills thousands. Oh, Jesus, this is my fault. I made fun of Turkey the other day, and God, who is always on my side, took it too far. Turkey and Syria. Powerful quake kills thousands in Turkey and Syria. Dramatic video captures moment building collapses. Oh.
An absolutely devastating situation, Kristen, here in Turkey and across the border in Syria as well. We've seen the death toll continuing to steadily rise over the past few hours. More than 2,300 people confirmed killed, nearly 1,500 of them here in Turkey, and hundreds killed in Syria, both in rebel-controlled parts of Syria in the northwestern part of the country, as well as regime-controlled parts of Syria. But communications are very, very difficult.
How does this happen? Is construction substandard in Turkey? Obviously it is in Syria, but like, I feel like this is an insane death toll. Yes? Okay, yeah, I'm thinking like it has to be. It was a region with a lot of refugees. Yeah, what was the Richter scale? Yeah, Turkey earthquake strength. What was it, like an 8? 7.5. Jesus. 7.8? It's 7.8. Holy shit. Yeah, that's there was a 7.5 and a 7.8 right after each other. Jesus Christ. That is insane. It destroyed many historic monuments. Yeah, like a 7.5 and a 7.8 will do that. It was 10 kilometers deep, so very shallow. Yeah, that's really close to the surface. That's far above their building code requirements. Yeah. I was skimming earlier, and I thought that I'd seen something like a high 6 or a low 7, and I thought that's an awfully high death toll for those numbers. But 2 successive earthquakes, a 7.5 and a 7.8. Yeah, no, that's a huge. Is this related to climate change or no? To my knowledge, there's not really any relationship between climate change and earthquakes. There might be some minuscule way climate change maybe affects tectonic plates, but it would be I think that would be like nothing. It would be like nothing. I don't think. Yeah. If there is any effect, I doubt they even include it in calculations. Fracking/drilling. Does fracking increase the likelihood of big earthquakes? I don't think that fracking can do anything to a tectonic plate movement. That's just too big. It does? Okay. I'll look into that later. I don't know enough about that. I know that fracking can put a lot of poison in the ground, but I don't know the details on that. Okay. I'll look into it. I'll look into it.
Difficult in that part of the country with power outages, so aid agencies are really concerned that we don't really know yet the extent of the damage and how high the casualty figures really are in those parts of Syria that are in no way equipped to deal with this sort of disaster, of course, after more than a decade of a war that has really devastated and decimated the country's infrastructure and services. Here in Turkey, a massive a search and rescue operation that is ongoing. And, you know, if you look at the earthquake zone, it is a huge one. We're talking about at least 10 provinces across southern Turkey, home to millions of people that have been impacted. The Turkish president saying that thousands of buildings have been damaged, destroyed. We've seen many buildings also flattened. The earthquake, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake, striking at about 4 o'clock.
Ah, fuck, dude, and it's snowing. Oh, that's really bad. There are probably hundreds of people caught under rubble that might be able to be saved, but they're going to freeze to death in no time.
o'clock in the morning. This is where people are indoors, they're in their homes, they're in bed sleeping. So there's a lot of concern about the number of people who are believed to be under the rubble as search and rescue operations are hampered by so many different things. You've got, of course, nighttime now making it more challenging for them. You've got those aftershocks, really powerful ones, more than 100 reported by Turkish authorities. One of them, a powerful 7.5 magnitude, an earthquake in itself, really. Then you've also got the weather conditions right now, expected to dip below freezing tonight. Snow, ice, making it very difficult for rescue crews to reach many of these areas that are impacted. And of course, absolutely miserable conditions, really horrific for the millions of people across
The WHO estimates 20,000 dead, more than 3,000 confirmed. Yeah, the total number is going to end up being really big, I figure. If this happened in southern Turkey, that means that there's a lot of poverty and a lot of like refugee areas there, and also this hits Syria as well. We can't immediately know how many people are dead in Syria on account of it being Syria and full of, you know, Syria stuff. Also, I doubt their buildings are up to code. I mean, again, Syria. So, yeah.
Quake zone who are outdoors as Turkish authorities are scrambling to set up shelters for those right now, because Turkish authorities have made it very clear from the early hours that they are asking people to stay away from buildings, stay outdoors, because a lot of concern with these aftershocks about buildings collapsing.
Can't help but notice that this quake, or these quakes, happen primarily in Kurdish adjacent areas of Turkey and of Syria. It makes me want, because it's like North Syria and southern Turkey. Now, the Turkish military is in the area, right? The Turkish military was shelling Rojava for quite a while. They still have a significant military presence down there. I wonder if Erdogan is going to use that military power to do any kind of like emergency aid, or if he's going to like fumble it completely, or if he's going to be performatively cruel, and he's going to be like, oh, yeah, that really sucks, and like a bunch of Kurdish people are going to die, and he's just going to keep all of his troops and artillery over there? I don't know. I don't know how close, like, they're... I don't know the exact specifics there. I just, yeah. The region's not just Kurdish? No, I know it's not just Kurdish. I'm just saying, like, that area of Turkey is definitely a little bit more dispossessed than some other areas. I thought you were about to say Turkey utilized an earthquake gun or something. Well, they are NATO. I mean, maybe, but no, realistically... They haven't been sending aid to Kurdish areas yet. Yeah, we'll see how help plays out. Do you think developing the tech capable of stopping and causing earthquakes would be ethical? I don't think humans are ever going to be able to. So the forces involved with tectonic plate movements are orders of magnitude above orders of magnitude above orders of magnitude above orders of magnitude of anything we're capable of producing. Like, if you've ever seen any of those like Kurzgesagt videos about what would happen if you nuked the moon or whatever, I think it's like you could place all of the nukes that we've ever made on Earth in like a fault line and detonate them, and you would create a radioactive crater, but you wouldn't move the tectonic plate. Like, all of the power we're capable of generating as a species wouldn't do anything to any plate, even the smallest ones. So I mean, maybe something can be done there. The problem is the movement of the tectonic plates is guided in large part by the convection of the currents of like lava in the mantle and the lower crust. And we're talking about like quintillions of quintillions of quintillions of quintillions of tons of superheated molten iron circulating. I just don't think we can touch that, really. It seems like it's so far beyond, you know, yeah. Not even in the far future. I mean, I can't see the future. It seems like so, it's so big. It's so big. I think that of all the natural disasters we have the ability to control, that would be the last one. Like I would put, like if I would list all of them out, like any kind of thunderstorm, hurricane, tornado, even like tsunamis and shit. Like I would list out every one, and then I would list out 1,000 empty spaces, and then I would put earthquakes. That's so far. Yeah, I don't know, but hey, you know, I'm not a scientist, and I don't know. It's a lot of crazy stuff out there. I can't see the future. What's the easiest one? Probably like thunderstorms, right? Can't we literally control the clouds to an extent by seeding them, and like that can move them or create them? We could probably do something with that, right? Yeah, cloud seeding and stuff. Maybe flooding or something? Well, flooding we've been controlling for a long time, but that's usually just by redirecting the water. In terms of like dealing with tsunamis and stuff, that's just pretty big. Yeah, I don't know. Did they actually consider nuking a hurricane even before Trump said it? It's a funny joke, but nuking a hurricane wouldn't actually do anything. The energy in a hurricane is, it can't be dispersed with a nuke. Couldn't be dispersed with all our nukes, I don't think. Energy in a Category 1 hurricane. For a typical mature hurricane, in energy generated by the winds, we get in the range of 1.5 times 10 to the 12th power watts per day. Okay. Wattage of nuclear bomb. A typical U.S. nuclear reactor produces 1 gigawatt of power. Okay. What about a bomb, though? Electrical wattage of nuclear bomb. How is this hard? Come on, just do a lazy calculation. Just translate it to... I'm not seeing it. Whatever. An average hurricane releases 1.3 times 10 to the 17 power joules of kinetic energy per day. Is that true? So that's 17 zeros. Joules of nuclear bomb. About 1.5 times 10 to the 13. Okay, so the atomic bomb that exploded over Hiroshima produced 1/10,000th of the energy in terms of kinetic energy that a regular hurricane produces daily. There are 4 more zeros in the daily joule output. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, it's big. And we just need 10,000 of them? True! Okay, moving on. What about firing, redirecting meteors at cities and stuff? You mean kinetic bombs? We've been researching those for decades. We wouldn't need meteorites, but yeah. Okay, hold on. So what I'm going to do here, much to the dismay of the many people watching, is I'm actually going to read donos. If that bores you, then first of all, I don't know why you're not ecstatic about listening to me make money. But, you know, I guess if you're going to go, that's fine. But when you're back, we'll talk about Keffals and Anna Kasparian in no particular order. Also, make sure to like the goddamn stream and subscribe to the channel. I love you. Interpersonally, every single one of you, individually, as unique individuals, if you can believe it. Okay. David, thanks the $3. No, I can't. Kindred Reveler, thanks the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Chum256, the $10. Hey Vosh, nice job getting all achievements in early access title Brotato. Will you be playing Ultra Kill next? No, because they're still in early access. Also, I've almost gotten level 5 beaten for all the Brotato characters as well, so I'm actually outpacing the achievements. Markinator with the $5. In Life is Strange True Colors, Alex and her brother Gabe dance to It Don't Matter by Kings of Leon. In streamer mode, they dance to nothing. Yeah, they literally cut music out in a otherwise silent scene of them dancing to a song. It's insane. Kindred Reveler with the $10. I think Hassan wanted to stream Hogwarts Legacy for a pro-trans charity, yeah. Whiskey Papa, thank you for the $5. Two things. One, at hospital, my GF's mom's probably about to pass. You're helping me get through it. And two, Sadashan gaslighting you made me laugh and look like an ass, lol. Yeah, don't watch my streams when somebody's going to die soon, okay? If I make you laugh, you will look like a dick. Good luck, okay? Take care of yourself and your girlfriend. Jason here, thanks for the gifted sub. Dan New York, thank you for the $5. Very true, but no. Obviously, I'd be a Gryffindor anyway. Ike Not Alright, thank you for the $5. Humboldt State is literally going to kick continuing students living on campus to the local motels for next semester because of bullshit housing changes. Wow, cool. Glad I graduated when I did. Dicks. Kaiju, thanks for the $5. I want to play Hi-Fi Rush for sure. Hydronel and Dank Prol, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate those. Miss Fields, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Bondage Kitty, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Likewise, Sean the Sheep, thank you. Mika Alien, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Keldoge, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Mika Alien says, I just ordered Junji Ito's Tomy. Never touched a manga in my life. Mistake to start with this one? No. Though Junji Ito isn't really like most manga. Junji Ito is, it's an anthology. They're all little stories. But Tomy is great, yeah. You know, that's Tomy. The white book that I'm pointing to right now. It looks like you're pointing to Power. The book behind her. Pixel Eric, thanks the $5. Yes, I've seen the thing, and I love it. Juzor, thanks the tier 1 sub. Pixel Eric, thanks the 666. No, I did not see David Packman on the PBD podcast. I assume he did well, though. Fenrir, thanks the 2 Australian. Matthew Booth, thank you for the $5. That's true. Cunty Cat, thank you so much for the $20. Should see the Crystal and Sagar Joe Rogan idiocy, especially on Ukraine. Don't mean to sound parasocial, but it's hard to not get sussy vibes from Kyle or Shu regarding the people they're attracted to. Are they on Joe Rogan? Unfortunately, I can't go over Joe Rogan clips anymore because of the DMCA bullshit. I can give it a look, though. Soveball Darth Nihilus, thank you for the $5 both. Falafool, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. I really appreciate that. Biden needs to retaliate by changing all official mentions of China to mainland Taiwan. That's true, and I agree with it. We need to deploy tactical Pelosi, and we need to do that as well. Does Joe Rogan seriously DMCA people? Okay, so it's not DMCAing. The problem is YouTube's content copyright system, all right? So here, listen. All YouTubers, when they upload, have the ability to see if other videos on the site are borrowing their content. I can look through lists of literally thousands of videos from other content creators that include my content. Sometimes it includes a very small amount. Sometimes they're just flat re-uploads. I basically ignore it. I don't really care. That's most people's approach. The issue is, if you're a large corporate YouTube account, you have the ability to enter your content into YouTube's Content ID system. When something is entered into YouTube's Content ID system, YouTube will begin to flag videos of their own accord without your involvement. A good example of this would be if I tried to stream a clip from anime. I showed about 10 seconds of Kill la Kill and lost my channel for 2 weeks. I had to stream on DLive. The reason for that is because Kill la Kill, as a piece of officially released media, is entered into the YouTube Content ID system. By showing a small portion of it, YouTube auto-flagged my live stream and knocked it out and gave me a Content ID strike. I appealed that strike, but then the person who actually holds the copyright ID for that for Kill la Kill struck it down, and I wasn't able to challenge it. The problem that I have isn't that Joe Rogan is personally DMCAing me. The problem is that the company that manages Joe Rogan's intellectual property has entered that stuff into the content ID, which means that depending on settings that they have with their content ID that I don't have access to, my stuff might get automatically delisted or automatically flagged or automatically blocked, or I might get a channel strike just for looking at it. You can avoid this stuff to an extent, but not reliably. And really, it's like risking my livelihood. Like, oh, you know, I'll look at this for 2 seconds. It's risky, you know? It's something that I want to be careful with. What if you mirrored and then pitch shifted the audio? Okay, but I can't do that live. See, this is the difference between what I'm doing now and when, like, H Bomber Guy wants to use some Ruby clips for his YouTube video. H Bomber Guy can make a video with content ID content, upload it, and then YouTube will flag it if there's an issue, and then he takes it down, edits it, and puts it back up. He can do that as many times as he needs to. I'm live streaming, which means that everything that I do here is automatically released, not just previewed, and I don't get a chance to edit or alter or get corrections on anything. I learn that there's a problem when the problem hits me in the face. You understand? David85, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Fuck Cal Poly Humboldt, thank you for the $5. I'll give it a look. And Shit Hit the Fan, thank you for the $10. Humboldt State fucking over student housing. Yeah, I'm hearing about this. Protests at Cal Poly Humboldt on Wednesday, 2/8, to respond to housing. Oh, that's in 2 days. Man, that's crazy. What a shit university I went to. Students are currently organizing a protest in response to an unannounced change in housing options. Freshman students have been allowed the option of changing a room at the 5 of 6 on-campus housing complexes. New transfers can apply for the remaining on-campus residual building of the Comfort Inn. Meanwhile, any continuing student, sophomore and up, are limited to applying for a spot at the Comfort Inn. Oh, cool. Sophomore and up? They're seriously kicking people out of student housing from sophomore and up? Not even junior and up? What is Comfort Inn? The Comfort Inn is literally just a hotel. The Comfort Inn can only house 98 students, and continuing students will be forced to compete for rooms with transfer students who cannot make it on the campus housing. Jesus Christ. Don't worry, minus none. It's not a privacy concern. It only reflects my second screen. And despite rumors, I don't actually look at porn on my second monitor while I'm doing live stream stuff. I do, however, want to dull it a little bit so that the reflections aren't a distraction. Nice, RSG. Guilty, thank you for the $5. Boomstick, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. I'll give it a look if I can. Henley Wiley, thank you for the $2.79 Canadian. Nuga, thank you for the €5. Sam Marks, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Would you recommend Fully Cooley? Does that include the much newer seasons or only the OG one? Only the OG one. Just that. Nothing else. Only the original 6 episodes of the OVA. Good luck. Tiger Fox King, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. Uber, thank you for the $5. Canned Soy Milk, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Yes. Charlotte96, thank you for the $5. Silael, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. Okay, buddy, time will be soon. That is to be sure. Remember, we're a crowd pleaser now. We're doing well. Thank you very much for the kindness. Almost done, guys. Kakao Win, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Wait, 3 $5 donos. This will be my last dono for a while because I've spent all my money on electricity bills and takeout. Don't worry, you still get 80% of my YouTube premium. However, I did run the numbers and my single bearded dragon is costing me over 120 just in electricity. Wait, your bearded dragon on their own is costing you 120 in electricity to run 1 heat bulb and 1 UV bulb? How is that possible? 120 a year or a month? It shouldn't be either. That's insane. Whatever. Technora Jackrabbit, thanks the $5. Much appreciated. Piat, thanks the tier 1 sub. The Horror, likewise. Party God Troy, thanks the $5. Airfriend Soleil, thank you for the 50 try. Don't know what those are, but I appreciate it anyway. Fabsta, Squirrel Bud, 42. Squirrel Bud, 42 again. Mistress Lynn and Draw It Now, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Congratulations on being forklift certified, Draw It Now. Ghost Juice, thank you for the $5. I'm happy to hear that I can provide you any entertainment at all. Coffee Lover, thank you for the $5. MSTXR, thanks the 20 gifted tier 1 subs. I remember giving you praise for that before. Subs and Soda 2. With the $5. Vosh, 2 days ago, I went to the ER with my girlfriend because she was in serious pain, didn't know what was up. Well, say hello to our daughter. Wow, that's crazy. Hello. Tiny baby, but literally this time. That's quite a life change. Literal, actual baby. Name her Vosh. Or Vakanida. Actual baby. And Mistress Lynn with the $20. Vosh, can I put out Subs and Soda 2's GoFundMe to help him and his girlfriend with their new surprise baby? I hope this is allowed. Normally, I absolutely would not allow this because this is a relatively, having a kid isn't exactly a charity cause here. However, a baby out of nowhere, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, you know what? Vosh and money not going to you. That's right. I guess if you really think about it, this tiny baby has less money than I do. I guess. Maybe. I'm linking a GoFundMe. Help them out, okay? Voshites help out one another. I help you all out. I make you stupider, but in a fashion you find engaging, entertaining, and appreciable. Is healthcare in the States that bad? I don't know where Subs and Soda is, but childbirth in the States can cost tens of thousands of dollars. Do we have any Europeans who want to appreciate that? Literally tens of thousands of dollars. They're not in the States? Well, that would explain why their GoFundMe goal isn't $20,000. It's like 30K average? Cool. Seriously, if you're pregnant and you're expecting soon, just go on a 1-month vacation to Italy, spend a bunch of money on incredibly tasty food over there, and then have your baby there, and then head back to the States, and you'll have saved tens of thousands of dollars. Insane. Antifa Private, thank you for the $5. Now you have to pay into insurance. Yeah, don't actually take my advice. With the continual police violence in Stop Cop City, would it be possible for you to do a fundraiser for the Atlanta Solidarity Fund? I probably won't be. I might cover it in the future, but that doesn't meet the criteria for my donation streams, I'm afraid. Keep in mind, I only do like 3 of them a year, if even. If you do them too often, people don't have the money to donate. Ben Temple with the $5. Just got Hearts of Iron 4 to try it, and I'm enjoying it. Does that mean all my opinions are now wrong? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Still alive, thanks to the $2. Do you have a favorite Kirby video game? We're almost done, guys. Don't worry. I do, actually, and it's one of my favorite games of my childhood. Kirby and the Crystal Shards from the Nintendo 64 is not only, in my opinion, the best Kirby game, it is also has, for some reason, one of the best soundtracks to any game. I don't know why, I don't know how, but it is true. Vosh talking about how wary of copyright he is, then he plays video of a Nintendo game. Well, in this case, I feel it's fine because if I remember correctly, I literally played this game on stream during one of my charity streams. So, you know, if they didn't get me for that, normally music that is a normally music that's a part of a video game is a bit safer because they know that Let's Plays get uploaded. But Nintendo is also like kind of a dick. But Nintendo also tends to be a lot more protective of some copyrights over others, and Kirby isn't one of their top priorities. Anyway, it's a really good game. All right. Sakbut 420, thanks the $5. Sorrow Dancer, thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. Fight the patriarchy, extremely true. Zenobia, thank you for the $3. After countless hours of research, I found undeniable proof you're a pedo-fascist, and they linked a Rickroll. Not going to get me with that one. Okay, Comrade Robin Hood, thank you for the $5. Can you get donate or get chat to donate to the Kurdish Red Crescent? They're saving lives right now, especially in Kurdish areas. They're free to look it up, but I'm afraid I can't. Please, for me to do like a donation bit or a charity or a live stream or a fundraiser bit will usually fall on deaf ears for me, specifically in large part because I get 20 of them a day. I have to be really selective with that. Seriously, every email clear out I get, it's like all that, you know. I have to be really careful with that stuff. Egg Roderick, thank you for the $2. Rain influences plate speed in 20%. I'd have to look into that. Vex the Cat, thanks the incredibly kind $20. What do you think about Abby Martin? I used to watch Empire Files a bit, and I don't think she's bad, despite being biased towards Russia. Anyway, she did an interview recently that I think you should check out if you're interested. Well, where's the... You could have linked that. I recognize faces, not names. I don't know if I've ever done anything from Abby Martin. I don't know if I've gone over anything that she's done. So I can't really say what my opinion would be of hers. That being said, Abby Martin, interview, search filter, anytime, past month. She's retarded, Vosh? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Abby Martin and Immortal Technique Civil War. RT defends host Abby Martin. I don't know what we're referring to here. I'm gonna close that. Watch your stupid 9/11 video with Jesse Ventura. That is an IMDb link. All right, let's not get distracted. Hello, Keffals. Guess who was about to be talked about? She posted some Twitter files, right? Oh, if she posted some Twitter files, then she must be properly brain dead. The only thing I saw recently that kind of fits in that ideological line is this. People were freaking out over this. Former Israeli PM Bennett said U.S. blocked his attempts at a Russia-Ukraine peace deal. Bennett says the U.S. and its Western allies decided to keep striking Putin and not negotiate. By Dave DeCamp from antiwar.com. Mm-hmm. Oh, nice website coding. This was a big nothing burger. Yeah, you can actually tell it's a nothing burger from the title itself. In fact, we don't actually have to read the article. Give it a look. Former Israeli PM Bennett says U.S. blocked his attempts at a Russia-Ukraine peace deal. The United States does not have the ability to prevent any random person from Israel from attempting to contact and negotiate a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. The U.S. doesn't have any authority. The U.S. doesn't have the ability to do that. Also, what would some random former Israeli PM have with regards to a Russia-Ukraine peace deal that others wouldn't? Like, how does that even work? Bennett says the U.S. and its Western allies decided to keep striking Putin and not negotiate. Wait, the U.S. and its Western allies keep striking Putin. Ukraine is the one fighting Putin, not the U.S. and its Western allies. What do you mean? And also not negotiate. Isn't the negotiation supposed to be between Russia and Ukraine? How would... So you understand, the title itself reveals that this article is nothing. This means nothing. Israel is very pro-Russia and has sold many weapons to them. That's because Israel is evil and thus supports evil people. It all makes sense. We've got it. My highly complex geopolitical theory. Oh, yeah, this guy is full of shit. Yeah, I saw the Putin promise not to kill Zelensky guy. Yeah. I wanted to take a look at this debate that Keffals had on her stream the other day. The one that people are up in arms about. Can I see that? Does anybody have a timestamp to that? Has it been released as its own video? She doesn't do VODs, so no. Oh, it's members only. Let me unlist it. Members only for your Twitch, for your YouTube? The VODs are behind a paywall. Oh, wait, I'm not a sub? Hold on. She's on YouTube now? Oh, okay, I see. No, on YouTube, she wants YouTube members. That's fair. Oh, you don't have to unlist it, Keffals, if you don't want me to look at it. If you do want me to look at it, you can just DM the link to me directly, and I should be able to see it, I think. This is the clip? Yeah, but I want to see the whole thing. Hardy har, you're all very funny. All right, let's get all the necessary links. Man, the discourse. Will you look at this cat version of Rickroll? No, I don't think I will, actually. Israel doesn't support Russia, that's fake news. Wasn't it just they sell some arms that make their way to Russia? I don't think that works even with a direct link. I think the paywall blocks it still. Keffals, let me just do the membership thing to your... Hold on. Okay, link is... Oh, never mind. Link is here, starts at 129. All right. Yes, members-only content. One moment. The fact that VODs... The fact that VODs that say members only don't have a button right there saying like join or become member now is so weird to me. Now, where's the button that you have to click in order to become a YouTube channel member? Where does that happen? Let's see. One of these buttons. Join. I'm writing this off on my taxes. Perks unlocked? What perks? Perks like getting to see locked YouTube videos? That's crazy. Whoop. That was loud. What is the time that it starts again? 129. Wonderful. All right. So discourse is happening again, if you can believe it. Yeah, Keffals has been trending for a couple of days, and it's full of, admittedly, very funny stuff. Keffals after taking down the site dedicated to harassing queer people for no reason. More like under new management. Regarding Keffals, when is it okay to use the word retarded? Don't look at the rest of this image. The answer is always yes. Tender queer used to be a word that described people like Keffals, queer people who use their queer or otherwise marginalized identities to avoid accountability. We'll get to that in a second. Keffals fans be like, oh, it's a DGGer. Actually below par on this issue. So this is what Keffals and her community thinks is funny. Please use tone indicators. This is ableist. I have turbo autism. That is true. The phrase turbo autism is pretty funny. So if you're wondering how Keffals is responding to the callouts of her racism and call for mass digital blackface on BHM, she has responded by saying she's a POC because she's Italian, linking a card that says Mario and Luigi are slurs. Watching everyone unfollow Keffals, and then you have the clip from the good movie here. Also, when Kiwi Farm starts harassing black people, stay out of my territory. Okay, that one's pretty. That one's pretty good. Okay. Oh, Keffals is unambiguously in the wrong here and also being an asshole. Please stop having fucking heroes. We're supposed to be leftists. The main thing that I saw was that there was some 12K post from the holy fucking bingle trans furry hacker person who said to Keffals, grow and change as a person, basically, like what lefties say when they really want to say kill yourself. And then they blocked me. And probably also her, but maybe not. Who knows? So that's high quality content there, you know. Phenomenal stuff. Maya's a dumbass? Well, yeah, obviously. They're a leftist. You seen these people? Look, so what is the origin of all this? Okay, so the basic gist of it, is that Keffals did a bad. I think she said retard, and that made some people mad. And also, she said she was getting harassed by a bunch of tenderqueers on Twitter. And she said that some of her followers should go over and make, like, pit crew avatars where they are black, POC, bi, queer, they, them, whatevers. And, you know, basically act in bad faith. Okay. So, let's talk for a quick second, okay? Let's talk for a second about woke scolds, or what Keffals prefers the term tenderqueers, okay? I'm just going to lay this out real flat. This is my position up front, all right? And it's that I am a big fan of when people are good and not bad, all right? Now, most people, Vashi called a disabled person a retard. It's not funny. I call disabled people retards all the time because disagreeing with me is a disability. It's the only condition under which I'll call a person a retard. The problem here is that nobody's perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. But the online left has a very loud, very vocal minority of people who will ruin your fucking life if you do anything to get on the wrong side of them. You can, like, say retard once on a stream. And mind you, by the way, because and let's be real, I'm a fucking adult. I'm not literally like an infant. I'm not actually like a fucking crybaby. Saying retard's not a big deal. If you think it is, I genuinely think there's something wrong with you. We're not talking about, like, the N-word. We're not talking even about the F-slur when referring to a gay person. We're talking about a word that is ubiquitized and has an etymological and use case origin identical to that of dumbass or idiot. Seriously. This is one of the reasons why I don't care that much about the term retard. It's because, like idiot, a ubiquitously used term now, it has an origin in medicalized ableism, and they both are used to just broadly refer to people who are being dumbasses. It's not like the N-word, which is immediately a slur against black people, or the F-slur, which is immediately a slur against gay people. Though, to be fair, even that's kind of changing a little bit depending on the community that you're in. The difference with the term retard is that retard is used interchangeably with idiot, dumbass, fuckwit, brainlet, whatever else. If you think it's like a mean term or like it's worse than those words, I think that's fine. I guess it's a little bit like punchier. It's a little bit meaner. I agree with that. But the idea that there's some kind of distinction that makes retard ableist but dumbass not ableist is cope. 100% cope. If you're really concerned with ableism, you have to excise far more than retard from your lexicon. Personally, I think you should strive to be kind to people, you know? I just don't think it's that big of a deal if you say retard. You know, if I'm like in an interpersonal situation and people clearly don't want me using it, I won't because I'm just hanging out there. But what we're talking about here is a very distinct situation, which is where very tiny infractions of perceived good conduct are then used as an excuse to completely excise you from the online left. People have been doing this to Keffals for a while, this whole, what do we need her for anymore? Which is a disgusting attitude to have towards fellow members of your community, you know? And there's this like really paternalistic gatekeeping attitude where it's like, you know, we tolerated your presence up until now, but now that you've stepped on an eggshell, now that you've made a mistake, we're going to hate you for it. The thing that frustrates me the most is that oftentimes the people who engage in that kind of harassment are themselves miserably bad people. They tend to be, and I'm serious when I say this, sexual abusers, for the same reason that generally interpersonally abusive people tend to be, because they project their insecurities and their terrible treatment of others onto those around them. I've seen that one play out a million times before. They tend to be just generally kind of horrible people. And a lot of them are bigoted too, you know? A lot of the people who will come after, say, for example, me for being mildly sexist are themselves actually TERFs and therefore part of a genocidal hate movement. So, you know, I don't know about that one. And then there are a lot of people who are hyper fragile over some issues pertaining to like gender or sexuality, but are actually like kind of racist, kind of problematic. I'm being reminded now of Mel, apparently Keffals' former partner, it seems, who was like pretty weird and racist with like black people. The whole like, yeah, well, I respect the streets and all that bullshit. It's the point I'm getting at here is that nobody's actually, yeah, I know, right? Nobody's actually perfect. I don't think that being imperfect is like grounds to completely excise a person from the left, but you know, a lot of people seem to think that's okay. I mean, you saw all the memes on Twitter, right? Isn't it kind of interesting how the central focus of all of those memes was like, we're done with her, rather than actual arguments against what she's done? A lot of them didn't even involve like specifically calling out stuff that she'd done. A lot of it was just a general like jubilation and glee with the, you know, the ability now to finally participate in their favorite activity, which is dumping on someone they don't like for a very minor infraction of their moral code. All right, that's enough lead-in. You all know my opinion on these people. Where did it all start? Where are we? Oh yeah, Keffals, I tried playing Raft recently, and I found it very boring to begin with. It was like 40 minutes of me hooking barrels. Maybe it gets more fun after.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. I not necessarily sure why I'm doing this, to be totally fair. I mean, I said it feels like bait, but
Yoink.
I don't assume you're going to completely change your mind by any means. But when you put my public
Sorry, I'm not doing the TikTok ADHD thing. I'm covering up the coin surfing. I do not respect you. Take Adderall like a normal person. I am not legitimizing you. I am over here now. Mirror your camera. Oh, you're right. Wait, can I do that without it being a pain in the ass? Hold on. Will it mirror on the vertical axis? Transform. Dope.
Twitter up on your live stream,
Mm-hmm.
it sent a ton of people my way. And sure, they're just sending trolling comments, and that seems like something light or maybe not that important. But it's lucky I've dealt with trolls before. I knew this was trolling activity. These kinds of things can end up sending people towards folks who are not as stable of places, who are emotionally having a hard time. It can essentially trigger extremely stressful moments they previously had in their lives. These kinds of things, it feels like you're doing a Project Pridefall just from the left, and I don't understand it. I think another thing that I wanted to say too, while I at least have, I suppose, my minor moment in the spotlight, is that I can understand maybe the initial thinking that this is just purity testing or anything else, but I'm literally a disabled trans person that had to run a blockchain and set up my account to keep people away from it all evening. I had to go out of my way because you did that. And it's not just trans people facing horrible things in the world right now. I'm disabled, I'm trans, and especially the disabled trans community, we are not allowed to immigrate. Other countries do not take disabled people. If the worst happens, we don't get to run away.
Where do you live?
In the United States, almost no countries will take disabled people, even some refugees. It's messed up. It's something a lot of people don't. There's no real escape routes for us. And so when people are complaining about ableism in particular or driving a wedge in the community, it's because right now disabled people are already facing essentially their own genocidal actions through this pandemic, and people
What's the context for all this? Keffals said retard at some point. Okay, I just want to say, how do I put this? I genuinely do not think that there is a difference in the average level of ableism between somebody who says retard and somebody who doesn't. In my so when we talk about ableism, I feel like there are two kinds of ableism. One of them that's real and one of them that isn't. And the non-real kind of ableism is just a general disregard for unintelligence as a concept. Unfortunately, this is the case everywhere. Everyone, categorically, has some kind of aversion to unintelligence. It is literally built in to us. It is bad to be unintelligent. See, it's a different kind of bigotry. It's not like being black. There's nothing wrong with being black. Nothing wrong with being gay. Nothing wrong with being a woman or trans or anything. But being unintelligent literally is worse than being intelligent. Now, that doesn't mean that if you're unintelligent, you're a bad person. But this is like a categorical distinction that we acknowledge, isn't it? For instance, it is better in terms of your abilities to walk around on 2 feet than it is to be in a wheelchair. A person who isn't disabled can do more things than a person who is disabled. That's what the term disabled means. Now, I don't think that using the terms dumb or stupid or even retard makes a person ableist necessarily in a real sense. I think it means they have the same kind of casual disregard for perceived unintelligence that essentially everyone has anyway. But honest to God, I don't see people use retard as a term to distinguish like actually intellectually disabled people. You know? Like who gets called retarded? In my experience, it's everyone. Vosh, for fuck's sake, there is social disability theory. I am worse off by using a wheelchair because society doesn't accommodate. Yeah, and if only society could accommodate the intellectual disability, you must have had to not think that even if society did accommodate your wheelchair, you would still be able to do less things than me. You can't get around that. The only thing you could do to get around that would be to have some kind of like mecha suit, which, hey, Godspeed, one day, right? A good example of that would be something like glasses. In a world without glasses, having poor vision is a life-threatening disability. You'll die over that. Nowadays, if you can afford glasses, it's nothing. In terms of their ability to get around the world, glasses even the gap between people with good and bad eyesight. And that's great. The point that I'm trying to get at here, and I think it's really important to understand this, is that I really do not think there is that much of a relationship between people who will say retard or dumbass casually and people who will like actually mock the disabled. I do not mock disabled people. If a person has like Down syndrome, there is not a fiber of my being that is compelled in any way to make fun of them. If a person is quadriplegic or whatever, there's literally nothing in me immediately defaults my brain to, they're retarded or whatever. It just isn't there. There's no connection. If a person who I know to be a decently intelligent guy, however, trips on the staircase in front of me and hits their head in a banister, I will call them a retard. Because the association just isn't there to me. And if you do think that retard is some kind of like highly essentialist, like ableist term that in a unique and distinct way reifies ableism against disabled people, why does dumbass not do the same? And if you're going to make the argument that dumbass does do the same, and then corollary that we should be excising people from the left if they use the term dumbass, then you should probably just shut up and just like stay at home and just be quiet. If the threshold that we're making for political viability is one in which we will excise people for using terms like idiot or dumbass, then there's no hope for us. There genuinely isn't. I think your arguments are shaky. To be charitable, I would say that. I think they're shaky. To be uncharitable, I would say that you are projecting your insecurities and you will be the death of us all. So that is the reason why I don't care that much. I just don't. And honestly, I think a lot of people are kind of faking it when they say they're offended by retard as well. I think a lot of them think it in their head. I think a lot of them have heard it culturally through cultural osmosis, the kind of content they've consumed. And I think a lot of them do a lot of problematic stuff in their off time too. I think they keep up a kind of performative social net. And I know that because I know for a fact that a lot of people in this community will admit that they also did that back when they were a part of a more sensitive online left community, where they had to keep up this like, oh, well, you know, it's a bad word and other people seem offended. But like, it's all a network thing. I'll give one example, then we'll move on. I know I'm rambling here, but I care about this. What I care about, mind you, is not the ability to say retard. I say it too much. It's a crutch. What I care about, really care about, is this like propensity towards harassment from the tenderqueer, woke scold, whatever. That really bothers me. So I'm justifying myself here, but I don't think I even have to. I think if I was even unjustified in being kind of a dick, that still isn't an argument for like excising me from the left. Same with Keffals. Even if we didn't have arguments, I would still say the behavior here is bad. But an argument that I'll make is this. When I was younger, maybe 18, and more of an obnoxious feminist guy, I remember there was some outrage over what I remember being like a Microsoft demonstration at E3, where there were a guy and a girl playing a multiplayer shooter as part of a demonstration for the game. And the guy was doing a lot better than the girl. They were both professionals. They're both like business people. And the guy was winning, and they were like, "Hi, getting your butt kicked. Don't worry, it'll be over soon." Woo! And the guy wins because you know the guy was better than the girl. And there was this big feminist write-up post by some insufferable person online who was like, "Why are they making rape jokes at E3?" When this guy from Microsoft said, "Don't worry, it'll be over soon," that is a clear reference to the things rapists say to their victims. Is this seriously acceptable? I'm not joking. Is this seriously acceptable at E3? I remember this. I remember it vividly. I remember it vividly because at the time I agreed with it, or I thought I did. What I actually did was passively accept that because I knew it was being said by somebody more sensitive than me. That may sound kind of reductive, but that's really it. At the time, I was like a new to leftism kind of guy, and I was thinking, oh, well, here is a loud, authoritative sounding, convincing sounding, like they use some jargon, they use some left-leaning jargon in there. That must be like a good position, right? Okay. And then I remember in my head afterwards, I accepted that. Uncritically, I accepted, oh, that guy made a rape joke. That's unacceptable. In retrospect, this is an insane position to hold. Why would somebody like me, a person who's generally pretty independent-minded and pretty intelligent, I think, accept such a stupid argument at face value? And the reason for it was because I just wasn't thinking. I wasn't thinking for myself. I let that post do the thinking for me. I saw it. I accepted it because I existed in a community where there were social incentives to accept posts like that without thinking. And then I believed it without reevaluation. I think a lot of people do that with a lot of points, and I think the left does this with a lot of stuff especially, and I think this is one of the issues they do it most on. Yeah, I need to watch that, DM. Oh, no, it's totally... No, the use of the term retard is definitely, if nothing else, a massive crutch. I think you can be a lot meaner, if anything, if you don't use the word retard. Once you've got your big boy pants on, the term retard doesn't feel particularly punchy anymore. I know I don't get my feelings hurt if I'm called a retard, certainly. I get called a retard all the time. You gotta always be thinking up creative insults. I advocate against saying retard all the time, primarily as a way of keeping up a kind of literary creativity, you know, vocal flexibility. But yes, no, I need to watch your thing. Though probably not in this segment, because I have a feeling this is going to go long enough as it is.
Ignoring it and leaving us to die, leaving us without resources. And we're already here and ready to fight and are doing the work. And that wedge is being put into a community instead of building a bridge together so people can fight together.
The problem is you're still arguing you should say retard and others should using bad faith arguments. Nope. I have not made any bad faith arguments. I could make some. Maybe I would for fun later. But so far, all the arguments I've made have been perfectly good faith. You can disagree with them, but they're not bad faith arguments.
going to need everyone. There's no way that just a small group of trans people alone are going to win this fight.
Of
No matter
course.
how we need all of our allies. And I think that's part of why people are upset. It feels like you are alienating large groups of people, be it through just trying to make jokes or whatever it is you want to say. It does hurt people, and things like this, again, I'm lucky.
So, two things. Disabled people... So, okay. Disabled people are objectively not alienated from the left if the left contains some people that say retard. Keffals not advocating for eugenics. Keffals is not advocating for, like, anti-disability social programs. We're at most here talking about, like, the spicier version of dumbass. The problem that I have with the term, like, alienated from is that the actual alienation that is taking place here is of, like, non-ultra-fragile people. The left looks really bad when stuff like this leads to them turning on Keffals. Really think about it. How do you think it makes the left look to anyone who's not already on the left for Keffals to have been, like, the headline trans advocate, anti-Kiwi Farms champ for, like, a solid length of time, and then the entire left turns on her and tries to excise her because she said retard? How do you think that makes us look? And it does make it really difficult to be on the left, too. I mean, Christ. You could find all of these people who are so fragile and so sensitive, and I bet you that interpersonally they do a lot of stuff that is objectionable as well. I just don't think we should, like, hyper fucking fixate on this to the extent that it, like, destroys cohesion in our movement.
I've dealt with trolls. I've done this. This can have real life, really negative consequences towards people, especially those who are having mental health struggles. And that just
Right.
doesn't to me.
Didn't Keffals initially say retard in the context of calling a turf retarded or something? Wasn't she on, like, a Twitter space? And she said, like, you're a retard. That's the thing that, like, alienates disabled people and, like, ruins the left and makes it harder for... It's like... Okay. She was calling an entire panel of turfs and fascist retards? Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm obviously sorry that you had to run a blockchain. I've had to do that myself when people are spamming death threats and revenge porn and dead naming me, because obviously I've had to deal with a lot of far-right trolls and still do. What were the comments like? I can't imagine coming from my community the comments could be that bad.
I would say that the severity of the comments, to be honest, everyone's blocked now, and I'm not about to go and block everyone to read things off specifically, but it was enough to get Elon Musk's Twitter to suspend your account.
What you don't realize is people like this don't care about the movement. It's a social club where oppression is... I don't know this? I've said this more than anyone. Find a single person in the online left who has been louder about the fact that there are a lot of people who use it as a social club where oppression is clout. I'm like the star on the Christmas tree on that argument. You know how much trouble I've been getting in for the past 4 years?
Down temporarily. And several others. I have the report sitting here because I sat there and tried to get rid of these troll accounts.
I gotta get a haircut.
These kinds of things, even if it's just a joke among the chat, the idea was to potentially trick people. It's literally like Operation Pridefall, that 4chan extremely...
Okay, so what the caller is referring to right now was, can anyone provide the clip of Keffals and the Pit Crew avatar thing? Can anyone provide that? Keffals Pit Crew. Maybe it's, like, clipped in something? Of course, everyone who would talk about this has me blocked already, so I have to all do it through the incog windows. I can't find it. If somebody can find it, I'd like to see it. Oh, you got it? Any! Here we go.
This is gonna be great. You just got here. Are we spreading misinfo? Yeah, I'm doing gay ops on tenderqueers by encouraging my I'm encouraging my followers to make Pit Crew accounts and infiltrate tenderqueer Twitter. Because if once they catch wind of the plan that we're using Pit Crews to infiltrate genderqueer Twitter, they're going to all become incredibly suspicious of pit crews and they will eat each other alive. Does it matter which pit crew? No, just use a random one. But the more diverse, the better. Like, make it like a black butch lesbian with like, I don't know.
Gay ops. Phenomenal. Obviously, from an optics perspective, this is a bad idea, but if we actually like look forward or look at it straightforwardly for like the ethics of the situation, it's totally fine. Also, look at the way this is being framed here. She suggested her followers pretend to be black. Notice how, rather than the actual message, which is just, well, we're doing the pit crew thing, so be every, like, demographic or whatever, it's now a blackface thing. The end result being that LGBT bi POC would then be viewed with suspicion. No, she said pit crews would be viewed with suspicion. Notice how even in the clip here, which I'm sure is missing context back to front, notice how, like, just this, they're already trying to, like, frame that. Couldn't it stand on its own? Why do we have to lie about the content of it? What's a pit crew? A pit crew is just, like, a type of image avatar that people use. It's like you make your own.
The alt-right people ran to try to make our community look bad, except
I
it's coming
feel
from
like
someone who should know better.
I feel like
Like,
that's
I
a
get why
bit.
people are mad.
Yeah, and I don't want to jump down your throat. Like, I feel like people think that I'm a lot less reasonable than I am. I'm more than willing to hear you out. I don't know if you're also aware that I am also disabled. Like, I have struggled.
I know. I've been dug deep in the discourse at this point.
Yeah.
I've paid close attention. And to be honest, if you're saying that, I think that would just, to be fair, lead people to being more disappointed. Most of the disability activists that at least I'm following personally, I mean, you talked about earlier about these people who seem to only care about their own things. Some of the greatest names of folks who I could mention, I mean, Imani Barbaran, who is just fantastic, has been in a constant fight for trying to build this solidarity amongst other people because we need it. Right now, especially with the pandemic and people being stuck in their homes, this is probably something else most people don't know. But in the United States, there were these things called ugly laws. And I know this happened in other countries. Disabled people literally couldn't go out in public. It was illegal. That's because we're ugly.
Oh yeah, no,
It's
I'm witnessing right now with the rise of MAID in Canada, disabled people who can't afford to live.
So yeah, notice how this conversation thus far doesn't have anything to do with anything Keffals did. We're doing the kind of the abstraction game where because Keffals said retard at one point, we're now like the follow through with that is, well, Keffals is doing an ableism, and because she's doing an ableism, she's like contributing to ableism, and that means, well, you know, they used to do eugenics, so really this is like that. So I hate this kind of argument, and it's like very common in the woke scold thing because it doesn't do anything. We need to educate. Yeah, it's always like, let me educate you, so now you can like prostrate yourself before me and apologize. The audacity of you saying a naughty word, now knowing that ableism is a thing that existed historically.
Applying for assisted suicide. It's
exactly. I know the MAID thing is a severe issue, and that's, I think, part.
What item of clothing is Keffals wearing, by the way? I thought it was like a short sleeve sweater, but it's not. It's just like something draped over her. What is that? Is that like a poncho? It looks cozy. A big t-shirt? Like how big? Because it doesn't look like the sleeve. See, like it looks like this is a solid piece of fabric here.
Part of why, despite however you want to use this language, alienating this large portion of the community, when again we're going to need all of these people together in this struggle, it seems like a terrible idea.
Okay.
A lot of the people with the pit crew accounts were specifically going after Aaron Reed and Alejandra Caraballo, which led to Keffals wanting to do the gay ops. Oh, Aaron Reed and Alejandra Caraballo? You mean the two, literally the two most active and loudest trans advocates on Twitter? What were they going after them for? They breathe wrong? Did somebody tweet out Aaron Reed and Caballero like this tweet in 20 seconds, or you're anti like neo-gender pronouns? What happened there? Platforming fascists? Oh, great. Okay, so here we're going to advance my position one tick forward, okay? If you are harassing incredibly prominent and listened to advocates for your cause because you don't like that they're arguing with the opposition, because you don't like the concept of engaging with people you disagree with because you have social anxiety and you still live with your parents and you can't even order a pizza over the phone and you're worthless, you are an advocate indirectly for the cause of the enemy then. You are literally like an unwitting psyop. You were shot by the CIA at birth with a little needle that injected nanites into your bloodstream that makes you one of their deep operatives. It's insane. Unironically, they with the whole CIA thing, completely true. It is ridiculous. I cannot imagine how a person could consider themselves an advocate for the left as they're engaged on the precipice of trans genocide in harassment against a trans person who advocates for trans rights uncritically and unabashedly, not because they said something disagreeable, because you dislike their tactics. Unbelievable.
Okay, but I was very explicit telling people just to not harass people. Like, I don't want to harass anyone. But I do think...
I can't believe people buy the platforming right. Nobody understands what platforming means. Nobody has any idea. None of you guys were around. None of you have any idea because these fucking idiots were all like 14 when COVID hit. They don't know. You guys don't know what it was like when Dave Rubin was still pretending to be a liberal centrist, and then he would have Lauren Southern on back in 2017. So Dave Rubin could go, oh, well, I don't know about that. And Lauren Southern could be like, yeah, so here are 17 reasons why the white race is dying out in the West. And Dave Rubin could be like, oh, well, you know, I mean, maybe, I don't know. You guys have no idea what platforming is like. Platforming is not going on a Twitter space and arguing with a conservative larger than you and passionately calling them out on everything they say. People have no idea what platforming means. They have no idea. No concept at all. Yeah, it's insane, Dima. It's a prison of their own creation, really. These the only people less happy than those being harassed by these wokelets is the wokelets themselves. They're miserable. They're miserable people. They're not happy.
I think it's okay if people have these like joke accounts and they're just interacting with each other in their own little part on Twitter.
That would certainly be one thing, but I mean, they literally came to interact with me on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you essentially encouraged them to. You threw my name up on a screen,
right,
and did it yourself. So of course they're going to copy you. They're your fans.
Don't you think it's a bit bad faith though to compare what I'm doing to Project Pridefall? Because it's like you're directly comparing me to Nazis. When Nazis, when they do this kind of stuff, they're trying to paint queer people as pedophiles. I would never do that.
What was your hopeful goal here?
Was my hopeful goal?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like the idea was, in your own words, to infiltrate the tender queer community and sow chaos. I mean, I can definitely understand there's discourse about things that are silly that we may not necessarily need to focus on.
Keffals does not need to infiltrate the queer community. She's like a trans lesbian. She's already there. It was like a jokey statement about like sowing a little bit of chaos in a specific subculture of incredibly obnoxious and harassment-prone Twitter lefties. It's not about bringing down the left.
But
of course.
Purposefully trying to literally cause problems in our own community, even with people who are, you know, it's just sending lateral damage out. And it's going to hit people like me.
I don't agree with calling it harassment.
I mean, do you want a bunch of people coming to your accounts if you could avoid it entirely?
Right, I can't.
Coming with these kinds of random comments that are just dumb and awful.
Like, I really wish that I could
to deal with.
I really wish like the world worked that way, where I could be like, hey guys, my mental health not so great. Can you please stop tweeting about me today? Because that's not something I have the luxury of.
Well, of course, but well, yeah, no one does, and everyone would like the world to not be that way. But the reason I compare it is because this directly leads to people having to deal with that. I wouldn't have probably had to barely know your stream was really occurring or other things. Like, I had heard some people already like whispering about there's these troll accounts going around. So I tried to protect myself. My own name is on Kiwi Farms.
Of course.
I've dealt with this. I've dealt with a ton of community harassment. I worked in esports. Great place to be as a trans person. I didn't expect...
What does this have to do with what Keffals did?
To have someone in the trans community literally put my name on stream and essentially paint me a target. And
well, I feel like it's okay for me to...
I'm mentally prepared and I've dealt with this, but you could just do this without thinking, and this could result in someone who is not mentally prepared.
Keffals, why did this person's name come up to begin with on your thing? Yeah, I feel, and this happened every time I would have a woke scold on my stream as well, where like they would have 2 points to say on what you've done specifically, and it'd be in like an hour of them like venting at you because they need therapy. Really, do you guys remember? They don't come on anymore because they're terrified of me, but back when they still would come on, it was like they're clearly like miserable, and they're just like, and a lot of them are kind of scared, and a lot of them are like not in a good place mentally, and I don't make fun of them for that on its own. It's the fact that they then like use that as ammunition to hurt other people. They were accusing me of harassing and brigading them, so I invited them on the stream. Yeah, but Keffals, what was the initial alleged harassment and brigading that happened?
Having a severely terrible time or something terrible happening. It's lucky it's me. And that's a messed up thing to have to think about.
That my fans said they had turbo autism in their replies? Ah. This person tweeted at Keffals and had a ton of replies. She and her is now mad that they got Seaman Keffals arrested. What's their Nah, wait. If they're so concerned about harassment, don't link their Twitter. Never mind.
About.
Can you...
And...
No, I totally get that. And obviously, there are situations where people say they want to come onto my stream, and I take a cursory glance at their social media accounts, and I sort of like parse based on how they communicate that there might be something there that's very wrong, and I decide not to do that. But obviously, like that comes as a risk for anyone, regardless of platform size, right? Because we can't tell who's behind any avatar on social media.
And in that case, I would just say then, in the end, if everyone was just messing around with each other, it would be one thing.
In the
But this is also literally in a public forum. The idea that someone might fall for it was part of the joke. That's why I would compare it to Project Pridefall. Of course, it is not an exact Nazi action by any means, but the point was to make people fall for it. Because that is the funny, that is the ha-ha. And people are going to use that ammunition against our own community. It makes it feel like people who do genuinely use these things, like, or have neo-pronouns, or use these context clues in conversations because it helps them, it makes it feel like they are being belittled. Because to be real, that was the joke.
I mean...
Well, that is what's happening, right? They are being belittled. That's the Picrew thing. That's the point. But tricking somebody by doing a fake Picrew account doesn't mean you're the same as Nazi Operation Pridefall. You know. Like, the lefties like trains. Well, you know who else like trains? Yeah.
That's why people are
I think
hurt.
another thing that's like really disingenuous. Okay. I mean, one thing is that I feel like it's weird to call what my fans did harassment, because it seems like it's more of a minor annoyance than something that is actually severe. Like the kinds of harassment I get where people are constantly telling me to kill myself, or posting doxing information, or revenge porn. Like that's like some of the stuff that I'm constantly dealing with, and obviously something that I would ban people from my community for if they ever engaged in. But also with Project Pridefall, that was done anonymously, where what I did was part of a bit that was done on a live stream, so literally anyone could see what was happening.
I would say two things then. One, the average everyday person is going to see these things as harassment because they don't deal with it every day. It doesn't matter if they're...
Oh my god! I'm so sorry. The individual who is on stream right now seems allergic to actually... It's all so vague.
...experiences
Click
so hours or more out of my night.
How does it take hours or more of your night to click 3 buttons?
Because that's how long it kept happening. People, after seeing you make the comment and laughing, kept showing up. And, I mean, if you want the definition of trolling, I mean, it's Urban Dictionary, so, you know, I'm not going to say it's amazing. The art of deliberately, cleverly, and secretly pissing people off. The point is to make people angry and feel unhappy. And isn't that kind of the goal of harassment, to make people feel unhappy?
Webster's Dictionary defines trolling as being a little goofball. In this essay, I plan to...
to take that time out of their day to hurt their mental health in some way?
Hold on a second. I just want to go
Gotta
back
be careful
to the
with those
tweet
alt
and
tabs,
see.
Keffals.
Because I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is PR talk, but to me, harassment is just unwanted behavior that makes people feel uncomfortable, and it was annoying because I got comments on just my main tweet. I had tons of accounts that were randomly following me, so I had to block them and get rid of them because I don't want other people randomly in my community getting the same kind of treatment because I'm not being aware.
I just went on to the tweet that you're talking about. The one where I replied, right?
Yep,
And
probably.
like 99% of the comments are actually people harassing me and telling me to eat shit, calling me a cunt.
Okay, let me pull this up because I haven't. Maybe I have some other people blocked too, but I keep a pretty extensive block list. Let's see here. There we go. I mean, I see a couple things, but again, it's probably just because I keep
of
a
course,
pretty
like I see the
block
one
list.
I see this one that's obviously one of the fans of the stream, where they just said, "Thank you for bringing attention to this. I literally had to create a new account due to bullying from her sicko fans. She gives real trans people a bad name /SRS."
Quite a few of the accounts are banned because I asked friends.
Why is any of this taken this seriously? Okay, that's a question you should be asking yourself. How is this like the kindling for Keffals trending with 20k tweets? You should ask yourself that. You should be curious about that as well.
To help make sure they were deleted. I got some private messages too, but I mean, that's an instant block and delete kind of thing. I don't.
Yeah, it's
I'm not
just
gonna waste
like,
my time keeping receipts for random trolls. But
I mean, of course, I
that's the
mean,
I'm experienced and know how to deal with this.
it's
What
just
if I
kind of
what if I
like,
had been one of these people that you're saying doesn't know how to handle things or do stuff, and all of a sudden I have a ton of trolling people.
okay,
just
but you're
coming at me?
literally, you're over exaggerating the extent of this. Like I'm seeing like 3 fans, and then the majority of the comments are telling me to eat shit.
The idea of harassment is something that makes the person who is receiving it feel uncomfortable. It doesn't have to be being told.
Whoa! Absolutely not. What? Are you kidding me? Sorry about being relatively quiet. I was looking at this person's Twitter on my outside to see if they said anything super egregious. Looks like it's mostly just whining. Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. Harassment is not just when you're uncomfortable from interacting with somebody. That's insane.
Eat shit and die for it to make someone feel uncomfortable. Just
So
because it is
by that
not as severe as
definition,
what you're dealing with.
by that
doesn't-
definition, weren't you harassing me by responding to me on my Pit Crew account?
Yeah, fuck. Then the entirety of the online left is harassing me 24/7 because I'm fucking disturbed by their behavior.
Because it was uncomfortable that you were trying to engage with a community in-joke? Or like all of the people tweeting about me, wouldn't that also...
Oh, this person, before coming on to Keffals' stream, was rallying for people to mass report her Twitter account.
Be harassment? I feel like defining harassment as something that simply makes you feel bad is kind of... that's such a broad definition.
As a disabled person who has autism, I had people talking to me about their turbo autism.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
great.
also autistic. I was the one who made the turbo autism comment.
You weren't the only one is the problem. Just because you can't see a lot of them now, a ton of accounts ended up getting banned and suspended because I had to ask friends to start helping me report people. I got a lot of people bothering me.
I don't think saying I have turbo autism is a bannable offense on Twitter. Is that... Seriously? Like, look at the level of fragility present here. This is, like, ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. Sorry, I'm just looking. This person's Twitter account has been, like, 24/7 dedicated to smearing Keffals for the past couple of days. And trying to get her banned as well.
The reason it wasn't just run a quick blockchain and this should be done, which I did and it helped a lot, is because people then realizing they were blocked made more accounts. kept being a pain. And again, it's not the same as receiving a death threat. I
Mhm.
get that, but it's still incredibly annoying. It is a huge inconvenience. I had to deal with your fan
Yeah.
base being sent to completely bother me just for the fact that I'm
I
here
mean-
and didn't like the idea of what's going on.
I feel like it's wielding identity politics like that is kind of disingenuous by saying like, I am a disabled person who has autism, when a very large number of people in my community are autistic. And I feel like they should be allowed to express that in ways that differ from what disability advocates consider the norm.
If they want to, that's fine. Do they need to do it while specifically trolling me and other people?
But didn't you
People can do
who
things
engaged
in-
first? Was it you or me? I'm pretty sure it was you who engaged first.
I had made a tweet because I did not like your use of the R slur in streams.
Okay.
That's what it was. That's it.
Okay. I mean,
And in
you're-
the end, it's
Yeah.
not necessarily just that it makes someone uncomfortable, it's the intent. It's just like when you say those slurs, it's one thing to reclaim a slur. I've done it myself on my own Twitter. I'm not going to sit here and say that that's not possible.
Right.
But when you use those
On their own Twitter. Just like that. That's pretty crazy.
slurs as an insult towards someone, saying that this makes them a worse person, you are perpetuating the whole reason it's a slur in the first place. It's not reclamation at that point. And I think, yes, there's going to be some people who refuse to have nuance in any way about
No,
this.
of course. I
And I
just
get that. But those folks, that's a reasonable complaint. These are words I've had thrown at me.
I've had the word
I
retard
don't-
thrown at me too since childhood. I'm aware of this. You know?
Yes,
I know what
and
it's
these
like
words
to
are used specifically to still create real life damage to people. And even if they're Nazis and they're
I mean,
really shitty people,
no one who's
we
saying
don't have to go there.
no one
'cause
who
we
is
don't.
saying retard today is using it to describe people with intellectual disabilities. That would be like saying everyone using the word stupid or lame are referring to people who are deaf or intellectually disabled.
I would say words like that while I still try to remove them from my own vocabulary because, to be fair, I've just seen things hurt
Of
people
course.
and I would rather be kind. One is considered literally a slur. One is not.
Sorry. The cat's resuming.
Very far removed
Nanners.
from things. But that's all I did was post that. I didn't care for that.
So I
mean,
guess
different
why
people
would
can
you
have
call
different
out
opinions.
one but not the others?
I have in the past. I know that not everyone is that ideologically consistent, but
Right.
I'm
And
not a
that's kind
fan.
of
And heck, I make those mistakes myself. I think one of my first tweets.
I just can't imagine living like this, I guess. I just can't. I can't imagine living like this. I will never in my life meet someone who is happy, who is making an effort to excise the use of the term dumb from the online left. Or I can't imagine. I can't. It's unbelievable to me. I don't know. Man, do they both want water? Give me a second. Can I help you both? Ugh. I apologize, by the way, for the length of all of this, but I admit to having a kind of morbid curiosity with this drama. Keffals is in a particularly bad position because she's on like a roller coaster ride. She oscillates in ways that I haven't, because I've been so consistently anti-woke scold that I just don't have any woke scolds in my audience. Whereas Keffals, it's like, you know, it's broad congratulations, and then people attacking her, and then you know, just There are some. Yeah, look, I want to make it clear, by the way. Yeah, Keffals lost 16,000 followers over this, and God bless him. I want to be clear about this, okay? My issue here isn't if people are, like, sensitive, all right? I am not a sensitive person, obviously. You've probably all picked up on that. The problem that I have isn't with people being sensitive. The problem that I have is with people inflicting their sensitivity on others. If you're sensitive, okay, that is the business of you and your personal friends and family. That is the business of people who know and love you, who respect you, who care about you. That's great. That's fine. Yeah, Lumi Roo is a sensitive person with a sensitive chat. I have no problem at all with her. Zero. However, as Annie points out, the world is not kind. We live in that world. My problem is when sensitive people then think, well, because I'm sensitive, it's morally necessary for me to drag and harangue everyone back until they meet my standards of behavior. And that is just not a utilitarian argument that I get behind. I think this comes from having no close personal relationships which respect their sensitivity. I fully agree these people have no friends. Hey, Vosh, mental health discrimination has remained an issue in the past decade, trending up. Not making a point, just thought you'd find it interesting. Yeah, but use of the word retard has gone down, I'd be willing to bet. Also, discrimination against people with mental health disabilities is not coming from, like, edgy leftists who say retard. It's coming from, like, corporate middle managers who don't say retard, but privately believe in eugenics. This is one of those, like, aesthetics of bigotry versus actual bigotry thing, you know? I just think the greatest bias against disabled people will come against those with institutional power. People with institutional power don't say retard. Retard isn't like a genteel plantation slur. Retard is an Xbox Live 13-year-old slur. Like, a totally different thing. The people with real power to do harm, to not comply with American Disability Act, like, requirements, to not, like, install the ramp in front of the building, to not hire people who have some intellectual disabilities, those people don't say retard. They don't. It's just we have to focus on what's real here, you know? Except Trump, he definitely says it. Trump definitely says retard, but DeSantis doesn't. Lumi uses they, them, just a heads up. Didn't I say they, them? No? Bullshit. I've been they, theming Lumi since before you were born. Pigeon. I looked in there. I looked in there to see if Artemy had started slurping water, and it turns out that he hadn't. And then when I went in there, he fucking bolted and turned around. You misspoke and said her? I'll be committing seppuku after stream.
Tweets, I had a slip, and then I deleted it to reword it because I didn't like that I had used something that didn't feel quite right in making that exact complaint. It happens. I get it. No one is perfect. But this is like a repeated thing. But that's all I did. You stumbled across my tweets and then decided, okay, troll account. And that's when I figured out, okay, this is a troll account. This is going on. I started talking about it. And I mean, I know it doesn't seem like it matters that much to you, but I mean, it literally breaks terms of service on Twitter. Like, you're making jokes where the intent in the end, no matter like if it was just to have fun or do whatever, the intent is that the butt of the joke is that people with neo-pronouns are worth making fun of. People who need these context clues and indicators are worth making fun of.
When did neo-pronouns even come up?
These aren't legitimate things that anyone could need or
Also, I'm totally okay with making fun of people who want context indicators.
use that these people are a lesser. When
I mean,
you use the term genderqueer the way you do,
yes.
it feels like you've just created a way to insult your own community, a way to make a word so that if anyone has a complaint against you, you have something where you can be like, they're just a this, and throw it off. It makes it so it's almost
What are context? Tone indicators.
impossible to have these real conversations because, I mean, I was getting it in some of these private messages and other things, people just saying I'm a stupid genderqueer, and that's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I
how in the
definitely
world
think
am I
that
supposed
Twitter
to
is
do
not
anything in that
a
way?
very conducive platform to actually having these kinds of discussions.
Okay, again, having looked at it, to be fair, this person was calling for people to mass report Keffals' Twitter, based on a clip from YouTube, from Keffals' YouTube, and was like nonstop tweeting about her. So this isn't just like an errant, like completely innocent person who gets caught in the meme crossfire here. This is, you know, this person chose to engage.
Which is why I try and actually bring people on stream. Some people see this as me trying to like monetize the discussion, but the truth is I actually make significantly less money having these kinds of conversations as opposed to just streaming.
True. She lost 16K followers. Anyone who says that like going after the woke scolds is some kind of like bomb financial decision, it's just not. It never works. Even people in my chat are mad at me when I do this stuff.
On my own. But I have a hard time understanding context on Twitter because there's no way for me to read tone in what people are saying. Just like that people are constantly mad.
I absolutely have to point this out then, the irony of the situation. That's what tone indicators are for.
Yes, and please use
you
them.
Sat there and made fun of them. You made fun of them for some people who deeply need them and they help.
It's not making. No, I feel like you don't understand the context of it. It's not.
I was watching
it's not,
your stream live.
Right. Do you want me to explain?
The point. I don't need it explained.
You don't
the
need.
butt of the joke.
So you're not willing to actually hear me out. The butt of the joke is pointing out logical inconsistencies.
Then point out logical inconsistencies.
I was.
That's not what it feels like to the people who are using this, who use these things seriously. Because to be fair, I should probably use context indicators and things like that more myself. I don't use them. I can admit it, because again, personal growth. But you call these people genderqueers, you make them an enemy of your community, essentially. These are the bad people who are doing queer the wrong way. Act like them because this is funny, this will show how stupid they are. And there I am using that word again, yeah, because people make these mistakes, but that's...
Oh my god, man. I can't imagine living like this. You're already disabled. Why impose more limitations in your behavior? Like, why not live free? Ah, man. Oh my god.
That's the point of what's happening. That's how it is read by people. That
right.
You think these people who have neo-pronouns use these indicators are...
I just don't think they understand how much of a prison they build for themselves. It's not just like, I mean, obviously they're annoying to me, but I'm fine. I'm doing fine. And Keffals is too, relatively speaking, especially compared, presumably, to the person she's talking to here. But I feel bad for them too. They have no idea how much they're, like, walling themselves in.
Lesser than you, because you have villainized this term genderqueer in your own community and have essentially told your fan base, these are the bad people.
I feel like...
These are the bad...
You were right about the use of retard media? Oh, wow. I imagine some of this is the use of the term retard to mean, like, to slow down, but from the Google Books word viewer in use frequency. That's interesting. Lowest it's ever been.
Bad queers.
Am I not allowed to make criticism? Because that's it's kind of what it feels like. It's like equating criticism with harassment.
It is possible to make criticisms against these kinds of communities. I mean, I think people make valid criticisms against the folks who try to start discourse about bi lesbians and things like that all of the time. We have plenty
Your claim that less people are using the R word these days. Quote, as expected, we found that the R word was prevalent among youth, as 92% have heard someone use the word. I'm surprised it's not 100%. However, while most youth reported hearing the R word, far fewer youth, 36%, reported hearing it directed towards someone with an intellectual disability. Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of how it feels. Just like idiot and dumbass or stupid or dumb or whatever, or even lame. I feel like it's just kind of been ubiquitized, you know? It's still a term that derides intelligence, but if you're going down that road, there's a million terms that do that. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. There's no way it's even 30%. Keep in mind, 36% had heard at any point in their life someone using retard directed at someone with an intellectual disability. 36% of young people in their whole, yeah, that's I feel like not that much. I don't know. I just don't feel like the term carries the weight some people pretend it does. The N-word does. I don't like it when people just say it's a slur. Don't compare that shit to the N-word. I think that's unironically racist. Like, when people say it's a slur, they're trying to invoke the weight of the N-word. When people think slur in English, when an English-speaking person thinks slur, that one is at the top of the list and nothing else is even close. So when somebody says retard, somebody else is like, they used a slur, you know what you're fucking doing. You know what you're fucking doing. You're trying to... Oh, which slur? Well, they said the R slur. Oh, retard. Okay. The word that means dumbass, but a little bit meaner. Not the word that specifically dehumanizes black people and has been used as an invective against them for centuries and centuries and is still used today unambiguously as a completely... Oh, okay. So that you mean like the dumbass word. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. They know what they're fucking doing. Yeah. Can you imagine if there was a black woman who was being a huge dick and you were like, oh my God, what a bitch. And she was like, he called me a slur. Because bitch is technically a slur against women. It's like, call me a slur. Really? He called you a slur? Damn. And everyone in their head just thinking it's the N-word. People do that? Yeah, they do. And I think it's kind of scummy. How would you compare the T word derogatory for trans femme to the N word? You mean the T slur? Probably in the same category as the F slur, where it is a descriptive and targeted slur, but it's also used all the time by the community against each other. Black people don't really use the N word against each other. They use the soft A about a lot of stuff, but the hard R, black people don't really say that much, except referentially. But gay people and trans people use the F slur and the T slur all the time. Well, depending on not all of them, but a lot of them do. What's more, the mainstream hatred against gay and trans people right now isn't really the kind that overlaps with the use of those slurs. It's more like people who want to insult trans women don't call them the T slur, they call them men. I mean, for the most part, I think. Oh yeah, quick baby break. We're getting fucking hella distracted from this video that's already gone on forever, but I want to watch. Daniil? He just ate, so be careful. Daniil, is that true? Are you full of chicken? Is that true? Are you just chock full of chicken? Yep, okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. Daniil. He's so wiggly. Here. Be free. Daniil's going over to a canoe. Okay, I'm turning the water off. So distracted over the past half hour. He wasn't behaving when I held him. He's too wiggly. Well, I'm also streaming. All right.
And for anyone in the chat who wants to throw a fit, we have so much historical context for that.
Wait,
It's
why
not
are
worth
you
the time
assuming
getting
that my
into it.
chat hates bi lesbians?
Oh, I'm not assuming that your chat does. I am assuming that there are random viewers here right now who are just watching who will throw a fit, because some people really will just throw a fit over anything. I get that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make up a term for those people specifically so we...
Vosh, Keffals guest already brought it instances, blah, blah, blah. Just because discrimination against disabled people isn't as overt against discrimination against trans or black people doesn't mean the R slur carries less weight than other slurs. Yes, it does. Please shut up. If you seriously think retard and the N-word are comparable, come on. If you think MAID or systemic discrimination or eugenics have anything to do with the current day usage of retard, like any more so than the use of the term like dumbass or whatever, never mind. We're gonna perma-distracted.
We can just blow them off. I'm not going to tell everyone these are just the tender queers. You don't have to listen to anything they have to say. Essentially, only listen to what I have to say. My way of
Is there a good reason to not drop the use of the R word, though? Because I want to. Because I can do anything. Because I am free. Because I am a goddamn mountain man. I holler from the mountaintops. My screams knock snow from the sides of cliffs. And can you give me a reason why you should use? You have to give me a reason why I shouldn't. But keep in mind, my entire career is listening to people disagree with me and telling them they're dumb. Rugged individualism. Radical freedom. Cringe but free. I am cringe but free. I am peeing my pants as we speak. You gonna argue with somebody with pissed pants? It makes people uncomfortable, Vosh. Lots of things I do make people uncomfortable. That's also part of my job.
Queer is right. That specifically denies all discourse essentially.
I mean,
from
that's
happening.
not what I said, or even how I define genderqueer.
The othering of people like that, by setting that up, by creating these kinds of terminologies,
right?
This is what far-right movements literally do. That's why people don't like it, and it feels
every
off.
movement makes up terms. Like, is it far right when trans people call each other trans medicalists? Because that is also an othering term.
I would again say that intent is an important part of this.
So you're saying that I'm intending to be far right?
No, what I'm saying is we call people TERFs because they're TERFs. We call people transmedicalists because they're transmedicalists. Tenderqueer is such
we call
a vague,
people tenderqueer because they're tenderqueer.
Tenderqueer is such a vague term that your fan base has taken it to be whatever they want, despite your direct definitions. Because that's what I had to deal with last night. I don't know if you consider me a tenderqueer by whatever your standards are.
Yes.
But that's what was
because
decided.
you, in the conversation with a disabled trans person in a chat full of disabled trans people, you tried to use "I am a disabled trans person" as a qualifier. And I think that's a manipulation of social justice rhetoric that doesn't actually...
True. Fucking true. Super true. Incredibly fucking true. If your ideas are good, you should never, ever, ever need to bring up any of your demographic qualifiers as a way of supporting them. Soaked on left, you're not the first today. We're in a segment. I'll look later.
help your arguments.
I am trying to use that to explain that I'm coming from a place of experience. I mean, I live with this. I'm not just some random person on the internet who's complaining. I mean, and literally directly, I'm here because of your actions severely kind of fucking up my whole night, to be real, because I had to sit and deal with that.
I can definitely relate to this. It's a different scope, but I understand. But I'm glad.
You are not a victim of harassment if you try to rally people to report and ban somebody's Twitter account over nothing, and then fans of that person make fun of you. There are things the fans could do that I think would qualify as harassment, but just the act of them making fun of you or criticizing you or even insulting you, I don't think qualifies as harassment. When I think of, I don't know, when I think of harassment, I feel like you have to go a lot farther than just like people were mean to me. I feel like harassment has to reach some higher standard than that. Because if that's the case, then like the whole internet is harassment all the time. It's just that it doesn't mean anything.
Though that, fortunately, my community is a lot nicer than the people who are currently mad at me.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Because you said that they
A lot
didn't
of
send you
people
any
have
death
made the
threats.
complaints, and to be fair, I've made the same complaints that it feels like the same kind of nonsense under different management.
But you
Because it
said that
kind
you
of
didn't get any death.
It's the meme. It's the meme. So having Keffals fans make some light jokes about tenderqueers is a lot like the neo-Nazis from Kiwi farms who would dox and try to get people to kill themselves. That's true.
Threats.
This time?
When
Do
was
you know that none of your fan base has done this to other people?
Do
Like,
I
you
know that none of
created
your
this group-
followers are people who send death threats to me? You can't qualify
No,
that
but
without
I'm not
evidence.
making a specific term like tenderqueer and saying these people are essentially the enemy. Let's go troll them and make fun of them. Won't this be so funny if they fall for this and think this is real? This is going to make them all look really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you did. I mean, right? Wasn't that kind of the point? Was to make those folks look bad, look like they're nonsensical, doing that whole thing? This
They
isn't,
don't-
it's not really a debate. It's not breaking down
Right.
points.
They don't really
The whole
need my
point-
help doing that, though.
But you chose to create what you called gay ops to do it anyway.
Yes.
So why? If you were such a fan
no,
of
I mean, you
debate in
wouldn't
the
let me
first
actually
place-
explain, because there was a reason all of that happened. Like, the reason that was happening in the first place is because I wanted to shift attention back onto me so people would stop talking about the Twitter space and would stop calling my friends Nazis for pushing back against transphobes. And it worked.
Is that really a good thing?
Yes.
I mean, you threw a ton of people under the bus and directly affected.
No, every time with this fucking person. It's like, there's never... It's like, oh, a bunch of people were like harassing you and calling you Nazis and attacking you after you did a good thing, after you argue with Nazis and fascists and transphobes or whatever. Is it really good? Yes, it is. It is good. We should do it some more. Everyone who disagrees with me should be miserable 24/7. Yes, absolutely. Prove to me that that should not be the case. I want to hear logical proofs, okay? We're in the goddamn Parthenon, and I want to hear arguments.
Affected other people to do that. I mean, again,
Well,
I'm
I
just
mean-
one person. I get it.
Right.
Maybe I'm not important in the grand scheme of things, but I have to deal with this. I had to deal with those people.
Right,
It
but
was more than
it's
annoying.
honestly incredibly insulting to me that you were trying to conflate having people asking you to use tone indicators with getting death threats. And then trying to imply that I can't prove that my fans never did that. Like,
Oh, hot take, by the way. Doing that is a sign of privilege. If you're like one of these tenderqueer types who has never in their real life been directly confronted with bigotry, you're in a position where online, like, you're like, oh yeah, Kiwi farms, neo-Nazis trying to dox and swat people, and also like, this leftist who spends their entire life online defending me and my existence has some edgy fans who like made fun of tone indicators. You know, kind of feels like we're under new management here. Like, yeah, that reeks of privilege to me.
I have repeatedly said that these are not exactly the same things. They are still a form of harassment. The intent
Nope.
was to inconvenience me, to make me feel like I am lesser because I care about these topics. A lot of harassment, again, if it's not just, okay, making someone uncomfortable.
This car that just changed lanes and cut me off in traffic is very much like neo-Nazis in that both of them seek to inconvenience me.
It is the intent. The reason I am putting out posts and complaining about your behavior is because any attempts to have called in to do things politely, to try to do anything through back channels, don't seem to create any form of change. I don't want to have to send a bunch of people after you. I know you're probably getting tons of trolls because I'm blocking them when they come into my own comments. I don't want to deal with those kinds of people. I know they're disingenuous, but there's a lot of people who genuinely care about these things. They're not just saying these things because they want to be social justice warriors. Or
oh,
get
wait
clout
a
or something
second.
like
You
that.
were literally tagging, like, quote tweeting Aaron Reed and, like, snitching on me. Like, tattling to mom. Oh my god.
Honestly, yes. Because these people are your friends and they keep defending your behavior that is hurting people.
I didn't
has
hurt you.
real-life
You're literally being a
consequences.
fucking pussy about this. You're literally conflating death threats with people doing, like, the most lukewarm trolling I've ever heard of.
The last few
Notice how the person who's talking to Keffals up to this point has been acting as though they just got pulled into this, when in reality, yeah, they were like adding Twitter saying like, hey, can you ban these accounts? These trans women who run pro-trans accounts. Like, they initiated this. They were the aggressor.
2 minutes ago, I said these are not exactly the same things.
But earlier
I mean,
in the
come on.
conversation, you tried to say, like,
Because
can
it is
you
a
prove it?
form of harassment. The
You
intent
defined
is
harassment as
specifically-
anything that makes you feel bad.
Harassment is doing something with the intent of making someone feel uncomfortable on purpose. The whole point.
Absolutely not. That would mean like like posting a picture of an interracial couple in the comments of a neo-Nazi is harassment against the neo-Nazi. That's insane.
Of that, of your followers and your fans deciding to come and leave these comments, sure, they're lukewarm, whatever,
Yeah.
was to make me feel uncomfortable and give me a hard time. And you put my name on stream, you showed it to everybody,
Mm-hmm.
and did it yourself and essentially encouraged people. I wish I had the full VOD, but I know that, again, I was watching this live, so I have the full context. You had to delete that VOD because porn accidentally showed up on stream, which is whatever. I'm not using that as an argument.
Base.
I get it. Things happen.
Right.
But
Yeah.
you are essentially encouraging people, go make these dumb comments. Go inconvenience this person. Because I think the stuff they're saying is stupid. It's not making arguments. It's not debating if that's apparently important to you. It's
Of course.
just go be rude to this person for the sole purpose of what? I mean, again,
already told you.
inconveniencing me, making me feel like crap. I mean, like, if that's the point. Even if it's not a death threat, what was the point of it?
What was the point? I already
did sending
answered
your
this early
fan
in the
base-
conversation.
Is sending your fan base directly to harass me, one person.
You weren't harassed. Like, let's be real here. You did not experience harassment.
Fine, troll
even
then. If
yeah.
you don't want to agree to my definition, how in the world does that help our movement in any way whatsoever?
Wait, were you tagging Twitter trying to get my main banned on Twitter?
Yeah, because I'm sick of this kind of crap.
So yeah, literally, like, this is the double standard we're dealing with. This person feels they have infinite moral, like, permission to do anything, but any inconvenience they experience whatsoever is, like, the worst possible thing in the world. This is how you know these people are fucking miserable. It's because their self-pity is the fuel to their bad behavior online. They couldn't be like this if they weren't miserable. They have to be miserable to be like this. Yeah, please go outside. Please touch grass. No matter what level of... Listen, assuming the level of disability this person has is such that they are capable of touching grass, which it has to be, okay? Because they can talk on a computer. They have to be able to touch grass. It has to be in their reach. Even if they were quadriplegic and communicating right now through the world's most advanced thought to text algorithm voice speech thing, okay? They can still get somebody to cut off a little square of grass and put it in a dish and then, like, press it against their face or something. So, anything. Please, God.
Holy shit,
Why
you
do
are
I-
such a little tenderqueer. Holy fuck. You're literally like
an
appealing to
individual-
Elon Musk to get a trans person banned because you don't like that they said a no-no word. How fucking thin-skinned are you? You're appealing to a
even-
transphobe
the
that wants us
reason-
dead to have me banned from a platform because you have a personal gripe with me.
The only reason that I took to doing that is it is a far line too far to, again, literally send your fan base directly to troll me and be jerks on purpose.
You are
It is a step too far to be jerks. All right? Your fan base has dumped a big bucket of bummer on my Twitter experience, dude, and I'm not having it. As a result, I have deployed SEAL Team 6 to your house. Sorry, like, I don't know. You didn't have to do this. My red dot sight is leveled directly at your chest. Maybe take your bucket of bummer elsewhere next time, dude.
like the people who lived in Nazi Germany and snitched on their Jewish neighbors to settle personal debt.
That is true. I actually genuinely think that is a fair comparison. Yeah. In the situation we're in right now, yeah, I do genuinely think that you could make a fair comparison there. Yeah.
People are betraying an entire community of disabled
You
people.
are literally
right.
trying to
throwing them under a
collaborate with
bus while They are
fascists.
also going through the same thing. Seriously, you are doing so many of these things that you're complaining about, and I don't. know
I'm
how to
not the
make you
one who
see
just
that, but you're
collaborated with
throwing-
fascists to try and get trans people deplatformed. Jesus.
You are essentially collaborating with people to make folks with specific disabilities feel lesser than and made fun of. when we are already suffering through our own version of
Hey, quick Q&A, chat. Can the left survive if all it takes for people to try to mass report your account and remove you from the internet is you saying retard while arguing with Nazis and transphobes? Hey, tell me how well the left's going to do with that set of requirements. You know, just a quick YN on that one. Insane. This is more privilege than I've ever. Listen, I am a non-disabled. Hold on. Let me just flex for a second if I can. Literally, I am so not disabled that I suffered a back injury while deadlifting, probably about twice this caller's weight, and then I fixed it with physical therapy that I could afford with my wealth. And also, I'm white and a guy, and I still haven't experienced as much privilege as this fucking caller has. I have no idea what kind of ephemeral angel realm you have to exist within to wake up in the morning and think, what can I do in this time of impending fucking doom to help assist the trans community? I know, I'll go after the 3 loudest trans women pro-trans accounts on Twitter by reporting them to Elon Musk because one of them called a call full of Nazis retards. Let me Jesus Christ. Maybe I'm referring to Jesus Christ. Maybe this individual is Christ. I don't know, because that feels like an approximate level of privilege. My God. Unbelievable. I'm helping. Smiley face. Yay.
genocide, of this medical neglect severely, people dying, medical rationing. You're making fun of these people and essentially telling your community they really care about this issue. That's stupid. These people who are going through the same experience.
This person, as they're being like wheeled onto the train, thinking, man, this reminds me of that time that somebody said I was turbo autistic on Twitter. This won't be that bad. I've gone through this before. I remember. The Keffals fans.
Experiences of trans people, which is why I say,
what issue am I telling them to make fun of?
To start disabled people in general? Other people with autism who take these things seriously and use these things? It's not just breaking down arguments or showing inconsistencies. You're sending people to troll and act like these people are lesser, are nonsensical, are, I mean, again, I guess for lack of a better word, I'm failing here, are dumb. And that's because that's
I just like can't believe it. It's like
dumb. Dumb? Really? The Nanners incident.
You know, instead of having a dialogue about this, like, you're saying that I'm harmful for the trans community, but you are literally willing to collaborate with people who want to strip us of all of our rights because I said a word you don't like.
It's beyond just a word I don't like. It's not as direct. It's not as easy to see. But when you use this kind of dehumanizing language towards disabled people, it allows for these continued things to go on. It makes people feel like it's normal.
Can you stop acting like an authority for disabled people? We're both disabled here. Okay? You do not have to do the tender queer appeal to identity liberal impulse.
Have you had to deal with medical rationing because of the pandemic?
I had to deal with medical rationing because of the pandemic, yes.
Okay, explain your experiences then.
Explain my...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You ask me some shit like this and I'm lying. I'm lying. Fucking tell me what you personally have. I'm gonna need 3 more examples of you being genocided by the state.
Experiences, not having enough money to pay for both food and rent and my medication and having to like skip days.
Oh, I mean, that's fair. That's understandable.
Yeah.
I can't physically get parts from my wheelchair that I need to move around. I have problems being able to sometimes leave my home Doctors that I need for vital medical care aren't even available to see me. And people don't care about these issues. A large majority of people don't. We are being forced into closets. We are.
This person goes down to the hospital to get like a replacement wheel for one of their chairs, and there are 3 doctors who are all playing keep away with it, like tossing the replacement wheel, and they can't like wheel over to them in time, so it keeps getting tossed between them, and they're like, haha, retard, and like all that, and that's why there's such an evangelist in this issue now. I now see. It's the only explanation.
Essentially being told, just go die. We're going through our own version of genocide. It's what's happening to disabled people right now.
I want to be clear. I don't disagree with anything this person is saying on the plight that disabled people experience. I'm not, just to be clear, they are right when they are talking about all that. I agree with them completely and unreservedly, okay? It is everything else they're doing and everything else they're contributing to that I am aggressively making fun of.
A return of the ugly laws where we can't even go outside and participate in society. And if you follow that logic, when we are belittling people with any other kind of disability, even as disabled people, we are normalizing that behavior in others. We're telling other people.
How much are the wheelchair parts?
Thousands of dollars. My wheelchair had a crash, and these front wheels, I don't know if.
What? What? Okay, I'm guessing it's an electric wheelchair. How much does an electric wheelchair cost? A power wheelchair will cost around $2,500. Yeah, that is pricey. Maybe it's like a more advanced one? Like there's something fancy to it? The high end of costs that I'm seeing here are $3,000, but I bet for like special accommodations, it would probably be more like $10,000, I'm guessing? It might be more. I don't know. I don't know. I have no reason to like not believe them. Apart from them not being a very credible person to begin with.
If I'm going to get parts still for the next 6 months, I'm fortunate enough to have insurance. These wheels alone that just need replacing in the front part of my frame.
So wait, it's covered?
Cost somewhere like $500. I'm lucky that I have some solid insurance. I'm extremely fortunate in that regard.
So wait, it's covered with your insurance?
Well, that's part of the problem. It may be covered, but it's going to take months for approval. I'm still not even approved to get parts on a chair that I should not be using, but it's the only thing I have because the front of the frame is bent and it needs a full replacement. I'm going to take months to do that. And then I'm going to have to wait months for the part.
How the fuck? Wait, okay, I'm so sorry. How'd the frame get bent? This person playing bumper carts? I don't know. It was just.
Even get here.
You appealed
to be able to show up and.
You appealed to how much it costs when you don't even have to afford it. And no, I mean, I'm aware of this.
I'm not the only person running into these issues.
Okay.
I think if you would like to learn a lot about disability justice, truly, if there is anything
you're
that I
an
can get out of this
incredibly bad faith
conversation,
person, and I've learned literally nothing from this conversation
then
other than you're willing to work with
if
fascists.
you do not want to take anything else from this conversation, and I would say the same.
No, I've already learned. You're basically as bad as Elon Musk. Like ideologically, I would say you are more aligned with fascists than you are with the trans community.
The content of Amani Barbaran. She is a wonderful woman who does excellent discussions on these issues and how the ongoing pandemic and how people's continued mistreatment of disabled people leads to a lot of really bad real life consequences, deaths.
Yes, I'm aware. I do not need a disability justice to be explained to me. I'm very aware. I have a lot of friends that are disabled. I have a lot of people in this community that are disabled.
The only thing I can ask is, again, you don't have to agree with everyone, but then does it matter to you that a large swath of those folks feel thrown under the bus by this behavior?
So, okay, to finally like wrap up this argument, because the call is obviously ending here, feelings are literally fucking irrelevant, and I don't care about them. I need like actual arguments about the extent to which the use of the term retard like normalizes ableism in a way distinct from the ableism we normalize when we call people stupid or dumbass or whatever. And none of you guys will ever really be able to give me that argument because that's a really difficult argument to prove. But like, to be honest, guys, I really feel like a lot of you are fucking with me. The main issue here is that if there's an actual objective ethical harm to using the term retard, sensitivity shouldn't actually play into it, right? Like, you could make those arguments without sensitivity being a factor. But whenever this comes up, it always seems like sensitivity is the main factor. And I just don't care. But again, even if this person had good arguments, and they don't, it doesn't change the fact that they came into this, like, attacking Keffals and trying to get her banned and attacking, like, actual trans advocates over nothing. And it is nothing. If your response to somebody on Twitter saying Nazis are retarded is to try to get them banned, like, that's fucking insane. That's psychotic. It's no. Yeah. Whatever happened to just thinking something was kind of distasteful and leaving it at that? Is that not fine? The problem is all lefties are all, like, problematic pilled, so anything that's even remotely bad, they now have the ability to justify with sociological analysis, you know? Like, normal people can just hear a thing they don't really like and think like, oh, I don't really like that, but okay. But now, in lefty brain, it's all because it's problematic. So it's like, oh, well, it's not just that I dislike it. It actually contributes to and normalizes and reifies harmful social trend that contributes to, and then you, like, roll the spinning wheel on whatever, like, ism it ends up landing on. But, like, fuck, man, we all do that all the time. If you live your whole life, like, fucking attacking people over that, you're not going to have any allies. Yeah.
Hold on. One in chat if you're disabled.
One in chat if you're. These are literally only among your fan base. I care about.
Genuine question, but what about social intelligence? Oh, the funny thing is, by the way, is that like, overwhelmingly, the people in my experience who suffer from neuroatypical conditions the most, they are more challenged, like, socially than they are analytically. And following through that, I think you can make a really good argument oftentimes that, and I mean this seriously, creepy is borderline a slur against autistic people, because creepy gets used so ubiquitously against guys whose only crime is looking a bit off or being a little bit off socially. And, like, this shit will ruin them. It ruins their self-esteem. And oftentimes it's just because they're awkward or autistic or whatever. But obviously we can't stop saying people are creepy, because some people actually are fucking creepy. We just have to accept the fact that if we've already settled on the issue, we've decided it's okay to make fun of people for their ability, then people with lesser abilities in some fashion, be it physical, social, or intellectual, are going to get the short end of that stick. But we can't pretend like we have some hard moral line at the term retard specifically. I know a lot of guys out there who would be, like, fine with getting called retarded because it's just a mean word, but devastated with being called creepy by a girl at a party, even if they didn't do anything, especially if they did nothing. What's up? Oh, is that what he's doing? Oh, aw, the new. I think weird is also comparable to creepy. Yeah, like, the problem is, like, we just do not have a consistent set of standards when it comes to these terms. But I'll say this much, man. Like, I use the term creepy, but I try to use it to refer to weirdos at the bus stop who ask chicks their number, and not to guys who just come across, like, looking a bit awkward or, like, socially unaware or, like, are a bit stilted. I tend to be kind to those people. I use the term retarded to refer to people who disagree with me and chat, but not to, like, people with Down syndrome or whatever. And I think a lot of people are like that too. I think a lot of people are capable of understanding that even if we have a broad kind of, like, set of biases on these terms that seemingly are unavoidable because we're referring to actual ability, it's possible to thread these lines while still being a decent person. I think that's possible. A Michael Scott quote, sure. From The Office. That Michael Scott. You don't call retarded people retarded. That's in bad taste. You call your friends retarded when they're acting retarded, which I fully agree with. I think that's a fine attitude. And also a more progressive attitude than a lot of people have, personally.
the disabled people in
It
your
looks
fan
like we
base,
got
but
at least like 70 people.
what about people outside of that too? The people who feel thrown under the bus by these actions? Like, I mean, I assume that you believe we need like solidarity in our community
Right. I
to be able to
mean,
fight these issues, right? I think that's the issue, is whether these things feel offensive to you or not, whether it felt like harassment to you or not, whatever it is,
of
people
course.
are feeling like this is what is happening to them, and it's making it harder to form a movement. And you're someone that people look to as a leader.
Hold
You
on a
have this
second.
large following, you've done things.
I'm just getting a message from one of my chatters who is a black, deaf, blind, trans woman in a wheelchair, and she's saying that you need to stop speaking for her.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. I'll speak for other people then.
So she wants you to stop speaking for all disabled people.
Okay, okay, wait. Deaf and blind?
Yes.
Not to be rude, but then how are they interacting with the stream?
They know they're being lied to, but they're so cucked that they can't just rebuke the premise. They have to actually go like, okay. Oh my god.
Interacting with the stream. They have a braille writer, and they can use that to translate to keystrokes.
Wow, that's actually a really cool piece of technology.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that existed. That's awesome. Though we can't always speak for everyone. That's not possible. But that is part of the
Imagine
problem here.
living like this.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to make everyone agree with us. And there are definitely times we can put aside issues we disagree with.
Yeah, for real, Demon Mama. The idea of like never helping the enemy is something that people just don't seem to get. Like, I have dealt with so many horrible, miserable, bad faith lefties, barely even lefty, but I would never agree with a Nazi or a fascist or a transphobe if they made any same criticism or like any similar attack. I will accuse Professor Flowers of being a white-hating piece of shit for her entire life, unless she changes. But if a Nazi was then like, so even you admit that there are lefties who are anti-white, I would immediately turn around and call him a retard and tell him to shut the fuck up. I will never give them a single inch of ground. But when I said that like people on the left should focus more on men's issues, a bunch of TERFs attacked me over it. People whose bios literally said like bio XX woman or whatever, and then trans women were there agreeing with them. There was literally a trans girl who was like, never thought I'd agree with a TERF account. And it's like, you people are going to get us all killed. You've no idea. You will give ground to anyone. Another lefty will cut you off in traffic, and you will immediately go over to the Schutzstaffel and report them for hiding Jews in their basement. You have no principles. You don't care at all. It's all bullshit for you. The nanosecond, like solidarity isn't even a fleeting concept in your mind. Oh my god. Seriously, Vermin.
As someone who had their information posted on Kiwi Farms and still does, because unfortunately people can still access it in their own ways, I was very happy to see actual attention being brought to this stuff. I got that. Capable of two thoughts at once, that even if I didn't always like the approach, that something net good was being attempted to be done. The problem here is people are feeling completely thrown under the bus.
No, I mean, I feel thrown under the bus by you, like, to be honest.
Yeah, this person was trying to get Keffals' account banned on Twitter because she called Nazis retards.
Like, if you wanted me to be accountable, you wouldn't have tried to deplatform me. Like, that was like one of your first go-tos.
Accountability for you. Because I mean, this isn't the first complaint against you about doing these things. People tried to come to you in gentler ways. Even previously with some of the other things that have gone on with the original Kiwi Farms things, I said stuff that was far more polite about trying to be introspective and discussing things. A lot of people did. People tried to come in the most polite and kind ways possible, and were completely ignored.
They literally always do this, and it's an actual abuse tactic. As a collective, they will act like horrendous pieces of shit, But then they'll be like, ah, well, if you didn't want this, then maybe you should have listened to us when we were being nice. And this is an argument over like using the term nanners. It's all like abuse bullshit. Same logic.
ignored. People have tried to explain things or give resources and been ignored. You make streams where you literally joke about, oh, I'm going to be held accountable because this is a joke.
Yeah, remember Hey, remember Lindsay Ellis? When a combination of leftists and Nazis got her to flee the internet after like weeks and weeks of harassment, and all the lefties who were doing... The Nazis were honest, by the way. In this respect, Nazis are more honest than lefties. The Nazis were like, yeah, we're harassing her because we hate her. That is true. The lefties were like, oh, well, she wouldn't listen to our well-reasoned criticism, so we have no choice but to, dogpile her with like, White Life 1488, the whole way through. Exact same shit with ContraPoints, too. With the whole, like, all the people who were trying to ruin her life were like, maybe you should have listened to us, when we laid out our initial unhinged criticisms.
Because even if people are coming to you in good faith, it is assumed that it's a joke. How are people supposed to come to you in good faith? To be real, yeah, I'm annoyed that I had to deal with all of this nonsense and having a bunch of people in my DMs, in my messages, death threats or not, this was a crappy part of my evening.
I envy
I didn't
you,
want to have to
honestly.
deal with that.
I envy
See,
you.
if you don't like these things happening to you, why?
Oh, no. What happened to you is like a
send it to
back
other
massage compared to what I deal with online. Like, it's
True.
insulting hearing you say that a handful of people just like saying, please use tone indicators, I have autism, is the equivalent to having your life ruined.
I've repeatedly said that these are not the exact same things.
Right,
yeah.
but it's coming up in the same conversation. I just don't have any sympathy for that. When I know that you went so scorched earth, you tried to deplatform me, which has nothing to do with accountability. If I got deplatformed...
These kinds of smaller actions that you take, trying to do a psyop essentially to make fun of an entire community, it's not just me who's going to be affected by this. There are multiple people. It's not just me. I'm just someone who happens, even with my tiny platform,
in your argument,
to do this.
Like they do to you. So you were equivocating these things. And I think that maybe you do not understand the scope difference you're talking about.
I do, Keffals.
Having lived through both, I do not need lighter reminders of it in my current life. I don't get why, yes, maybe you get worse, but why you would want to...
Why do I feel like the woke scolds attack the left more than the right? They don't attack the right. Woke scolds don't attack the right. The reason why is because these people, the woke scold types or tenderqueers or whatever, are generally miserable and emotionally fragile. And the only power they have none in real life. Online, the only power they have is to weaponize their moral virtue to gatekeep other people in a way that elevates them and preserves the perceived purity of their community. Like online leftism is basically like, what if every single person got to be in a free-for-all for who gets to be forum mod circa 1997, you know? Like, everyone, we're now giving everyone the ability to feel like a tiny god over their domain, and all you have to do is be better than the people around you. That process of, like, clout chasing leaves no room for actually dealing with the right. It's entirely infighting.
To send anything less to others anyway. Especially people who should theoretically be allies.
Would you like to give me like the total number of people that you blocked and I can like go over them to see if they're even actually my fans? Because
oh, and one other thing. The reason why we're watching so much of this as well is because not only do we support Keffals, who's dealing with a lot at the moment, but also, more importantly, because just because my account is immune to this bullshit now doesn't mean that it's not happening. Every day, tons of people are victimized by the horrible fucking behavior of online woke scolds. They do a tremendous amount of harm to our movement and to our communities. And I just, like, keep in mind, Keffals trending like 18,000 tweets right now. I think it was at like 30,000 the other day. Huge denunciation. It is a massive part of the online left, unfortunately. And I might be immune to it because they all wrote me off a long time ago, but that doesn't mean it's not still a problem.
You said there were hundreds, but there were less than 200 of them, and most of them did not interact with anyone outside of my own community.
I did not keep a direct tally because why would I? I was busy just getting rid of everything. Because again, why? But because this isn't unfortunately the first time I've had to deal with this kind of crap. But yeah, I had to sit there and run a blockchain. I had to be annoyed for hours on end. It sucks.
Wait, what blockchain are you
Again,
using
it's
that
not the
takes
same
hours?
thing. People after the blockchain went and saw that I had blocked people kept showing up, making new accounts. People who want to be trolls, who have been
So you're not even going to
troll
prove that it's
people.
my fans at this point.
This person is lying, by the way. They are not telling the truth. If this person just ran a blockchain on Keffals, they would immediately get like 98% of these accounts, and the remaining like 3 could be blocked in seconds. The idea that it takes multiple hours to do this is completely incorrect. It's fake. This person is lying. Or they're that disabled. Who the fuck knows?
You're just saying anyone who trolled you when you decided to get involved in a very large discourse. And anytime there's any discourse,
on your stream live, who else would have been coming to bother me?
you
that
tweeted on a
evening?
public platform where public discourse occurs.
Yes, and then you put me in front of all of your fans. Who else would have been showing up?
Who
You
else
think
would
a
have been
lot of other
showing up?
People would have been. Yeah, how many other people would have been coming to my random account?
How many
to
other
bother me
people?
and using this exact kind of language that all of those other folks were using? Why would just other people randomly show up to do that
Literally
day?
anyone. Like, you don't think that I have people who hate me that just kind of follow me around or just like rock the boat? Like, I've had this situation occur in the past, right? Like, if you'll hear me out on it. I've had a situation occur in the past where Kiwi Farms users pretended...
Tweet gets seen by 400k people. I sleep. Tweet gets seen by 500 viewers in a live stream. Real shit. Yeah, the biggest video post from the clip where you said, go make Tenderqueer accounts has like 3.4 million views now.
They pretended to be my fans, and they went into the DMs of black trans women and said a whole bunch of racist shit. And it just, like, stoked the fire. And when I tried to, like, politely ask, can you please, like, send me the DMs? Because if I do not know what they said and who they are, I can't ban them. I can't get rid of them from the community. So it's like, keeping the community safe, that's not entirely on me. Like, other people need to help in that regard, because I can't ban anyone if I don't know who they are.
Unfortunately, at least in this case, as you're having people make fake accounts, I doubt there's going to be much accountability, even if I sat down and tried to pull up any name I could still find.
Okay, I mean, if you want to pretend that you have absolutely no responsibility, if someone said something egregious to you and you want me to ban them, I'm willing to. I've always had that policy, but I can't do it without you being willing to participate in that.
I think what I more want is to explain that just because things don't feel like they are on the level of hurt that you get, does not mean that they do not.
This happens every fucking time with me, too. They'll be like, Vosh mentioned me on stream, and I've received millions of DMs from unique accounts, all of which are neo-Nazis and Vosh fans. And I have been called the N-word more in the past 2 seconds than I have been for my entire life. And then we're like, hey, can any evidence of this be provided? And then, no. I remember, in particular, fuck, who's the Vietnamese nationalist again? Luna Oi. Yeah, Luna Oi. Luna Oi went on and on about being called the N-word by fans of mine, and it turns out that it was a couple of quote tweets from Nick Fuentes fans on a separate tweet where she posted a selfie that I never interacted with. And there were a couple of Nick Fuentes fans who quote tweeted calling her, like, racial slurs. I never interacted with that tweet. They were all visibly Nick Fuentes fans, if you know anything about what they tend to look like. But she completely ignored that, and then she was like, see, Vosh fans have been calling me slurs for it's like, okay.
Hurt others to the same severity. People have different mental health states.
Mm-hmm.
People are in different places, and something that can feel like light trolling and not that serious to one person can be devastating to another. Because again, I'm not saying that my whole life has been ruined.
Right.
I get that. It was an inconvenience of my evening, and yeah, I was annoyed. I'm not saying that I'm just going to blow off that happened either.
Oh my
It feels like a
God.
line is crossed, and you essentially sent people to, if you don't want to call it harassment, whatever, but to troll me, and I've had to deal with that. And I don't want that starting again. It can
Okay.
seem like it's coming from a good and kinder community.
I don't think I like, did
but
I
it doesn't always
actually, because
stay
I
that
do
way.
not remember actually telling them, go harass this person. I'm pretty sure actually when you were on the stream, I said, do not harass this person.
I can't point out the VOD. It's deleted. I mean, you would be the only person who has access.
Right.
If you do, again, I can't pull that up. You pulled up my tweets, made the jokes, and then that's what sent people over. Even if you didn't directly say the words,
Like, so you were
"Hey, go
lying, but
harass this
I did
person,"
actually say that. I did say it because the VOD isn't deleted, it's privated. I did say that, and the reason that I phrased it in this way is because I wanted to see how you would react, and you reacted by gaslighting me.
How can you not see that by essentially, you don't need to literally say, hey, go harass this person, and just simply saying, hey, don't actually harass them. Come on, really? Are we going to be that disingenuous that you didn't know what would happen? That people would do this anyway? I mean, you literally did it. You modeled the behavior for them to come do this to me. You didn't think your
Come
fans
do
would
this
copy
to you because like 3 or 4 people said, please use tone indicators or something.
Again, it's more than 3 or 4 people. I got private messages. Some of the accounts are gone now because, again, thankfully they were reported or whatever else. I have friends who are kind.
Right.
For some folks, they're not going to have as hardened of a heart when they get...
Fuck! This person just said folks, and I heard the X. Oh my God, it's getting to me. Holy sh! I heard the X. Oh Christ. You guys heard it too, didn't you? Oh, you did, didn't you? Rewind, can you hear it? Hold on.
Right.
For some who were reported or whatever else. I have friends who are kind.
Right.
For some folks, they're not going to have a...
Oh, can't you hear it? I can hear it. It's in my mind.
as hardened of a heart when they get this minor trolling.
Hardened of a heart? You are such a fucking pussy. You tried to get me deplatformed. You literally appealed to Elon Musk. You know the guy who bought Twitter because he wanted to get rid of penalties for dead naming and misgendering? You were literally like appealing to transphobes to deplatform a member of your own community. You're a piece of shit, and you should really think about your own actions and behaviors.
I mean, I could say the same to you.
No, you couldn't.
By the way, I've spent a good portion of this call scrolling through this person's Twitter account, and I do not see a single tweet that they have made that had a bunch of people replying to it. Not a single one. Anywhere. I'm trying to see if I can find, like, the highest comment reply count. This one has 6 comment replies, one of which is from them themselves, and one of which is from a person who doesn't like Keffals, and then 4 other ones I can't see, presumably because they have me blocked. I don't see any, there's nothing here.
Yes, I can.
No, you
take
couldn't.
actions that actively harm other queer
You
people.
literally work with people who want to remove all of our rights, people who want us dead. You are willing to appeal to them if you think it will benefit you personally. Just over a personal gripe.
You're willing to appeal to trolls and people who want to hate specific kinds of queer people. That is what you did here. But no matter what you think of a tender queer person or whatever your definition,
I love how you just like ignore it. You ignore it. You're like, yes, I will work with fascists.
Those are the specific queer people that are the bad people.
At this point, I'm not even convinced that you're queer. I'm convinced that you're some sort of right-wing op. Like, how could you work with Elon Musk?
Any amount of people who bring about
Yes,
serious,
but you won't
kinds of
address it.
conversations.
Like, do you see how fucked up that is?
I am attempting to address it by showing how essentially you are doing similar things. If you want to criticize me for that, you need to look inward. People have tried to be kind.
All
and
right,
explain
fuck you,
things.
retard. Jesus. All right, done.
True.
God. I don't, what? What the fuck? I made another clip. Oh no.
That's also true. Anyway, okay. Good to know. Keffals did nothing wrong. Yeah. I hope we can all note from this the remarkable sociopathy of people who do this tenderqueer bullshit. It is absolutely insane how like vindictive and malicious they are, how willing they are to tear apart like the entire community and the movement broadly over nothing. They'll lie about everything that you've done. They will misrepresent you. They'll never engage in good faith. And it's ultimately not because they're like planning, you know, Machiavellian, whatever. It's because they're miserable and lashing out. But that's no excuse. Oh, you're right. Wait, fuck. I don't want to show this person's Twitter accounts. They can't bitch. However, they screenshotted Libs of TikTok, who is targeting a person who advocates for maps, like the pro-pedo shit or whatever. And this person, the one who Keffals just called a retard, is saying, so let me get this straight. Libs of TikTok is terrible and inexcusable until they target a group people hate enough to make a trend. Y'all realize no matter your feelings on maps, you're legitimizing this horrible hate account, right? So apparently on this specific issue, this person is capable of understanding that even if Libs of TikTok is going after a map, that doesn't mean that you should legitimize Libs of TikTok. No, this person isn't defending maps. What they're saying is, just because Libs of TikTok is right on this one, you don't have to give credit to her. Under no circumstances do you, in fact, have to give her credit. Yeah, chat, pay attention. So apparently, this person understands this position, which is correct, but doesn't seem to understand that you shouldn't fucking yeet trans accounts into the Elon Musk furnace because you were inconvenienced by 3 people replying to you. I was half asleep, not gonna lie. Ah, well, let's see if we can't fix that. Thank you, Keffals, for the VOD. Close that. Close this. We still have to go over Anna Kasparian. Oh, wait, hold on. I should probably fix my camera, too. That's not where that goes. Return. 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 Oh, look, Artemis over there now, see? Beep. Artemis. Whoop. Got him. Yes, all is as it should be. All right, hold on. Let's clear through this real quick. Okay, we can close that. It seems that Merrick... Good, Vermin. It seems that Merrick has a GoFundMe. Kitten with kidney failure. 2 GoFundMes being listed on one stream is so far beyond what I'm normally willing to do. But I'll link it because we love Merrick. And we love cats. There we go. Help if you can. Cute kitty. You better donate to save Merrick's cat. So I was unwilling to donate to help out the thousands of people who've died in an earthquake in Turkey and Syria, but I'm a bad person if I don't donate for the cat. You know how many fucking emails I get? I'm extremely burnt out on GoFundMe links. Thank you, Vosh. They're in the hospital right now. I assume you mean the pet hospital. Anyway. Why do people keep asking about a power figurine back there? That's power. That's the Eto'e Ble. And what the fuck is this? Somebody linked this earlier. It's an endo they can't see all the way. Show them. Nope. We already have to make good use of our time. This guy looks fine. Let me in. Oh, I can go in. This guy looks fine. We have an empty bed, but nobody's filling it when the line's outside. Guy's just sleeping. Ah, these babies. What's up, dude? Oh, this guy's hot.
Keep away from me.
Oh, shit. Hope he's okay. That's a lot of blood on the table and ground. That's like an entire, like, arm of blood. I don't know. That's a lot of blood right over there. Yeah, this is what you have to look forward to in sewer socialism. What game was this again? Metro? Metro sounds about right. I took the audio. Oh, hey, thank you, Beneath. What was going on? I broke into a hospital. It says right there. There, I'm linking. Linky. In this video, I drop an N-bomb. Big one. Hard anners. I do this to show the goofy goobers that the rhetoric does not impress me. He doubled down the sex cult thing, by the way. Yeah, of course. That's because Thought Slime's a kind of a miserable piece of shit. Really, they are. That, like, every engagement, they're just a horrible, spite-filled person. Like everyone else who performatively is kind. Yeah. No, like earlier today. Well, then link it. So I heard Anna Kasparian went on Ben Shapiro's.
Write me.
Anna? No, I see that. Here. Here we go. Nothing screams. Oh, it's from the fucking Keffals drama too. Nothing screams I'm not to be trusted quite like the belief that it's somehow unfair to trust the voices of marginalized people about their own oppression. True. Are you going to apologize for falsely accusing people of running sex cults? Yo, are you going to look at the thread in question where I specifically did, or continue to rehash bullshit drama that parties involved have asked to be done with? Oh, wait, so they did apologize. Who earlier lied? Somebody earlier said that Thought Slime lied about this. But Thought Slime is saying here, they did apologize. Scroll down again. Nice deflection, though, which really demonstrates how defensible your actions are. Mildred engaging in life ruination by implying Xander Hall to a group of women he groomed into having sex with him, giving a half apology when proven wrong is far worse than saying no words on stream, you puritanical Christian freak. This isn't Thought Slime doubling down. Oh, they didn't apologize? This is just them lying? Well, where's the thread then? I don't care anymore. You know, normally, I expect to see that these big conversations get split up into multiple videos, but it seems that hasn't happened here with Anna Kasparian. What are we up to? What are we up to? Hello, Anna.
Stop focusing on scaring people about the scary right-wing candidates and offer them real solutions that you're going to fight for. I think that's the only long-lasting winning strategy for Democrats. Are they going to do it? No, because they're captured by the money.
Yeah, I'm sure that criticism that Anna just made works completely out of context, and that she's not advocating for anything that would impugn the Republicans. Found the apology? Oh, okay. Kind of irrelevant now, but... Oh, it's not... You're right, it doesn't exist. It's not even loading. Oh, hello. 2020. This is from 3 years ago? Oh my god, that was so far back. I don't care anymore.
October 2021 was the first time I met Anna Kasparian for our debate at the Pennsylvania Chamber of Commerce.
Life expectancy in Finland is much higher than the United States.
No, you're correct. Hold on.
It's only 78 years.
No, you're correct. The life expectancy in Finland is longer than the life expectancy.
This is the old convo, isn't it? Where's the new one?
Where we can also find common ground. We have some honest back and forth on healthcare reform.
Thank you for having me.
So first of all, we have to take on the elephant in the room. You are braving grave danger by coming on a show like this one. So what's prompting you to actually join me on the show? Because it is hard to get people who disagree on shows like this.
Wow, we literally don't have time to go over an hour and 40 minutes. I was hoping we could find just a specific segment to go over, because normally these conversations tend to have a pretty consistent tone, segment to segment. An hour and 40 minutes framed through my insistence on pausing and rehashing over and over is actually the length of an entire stream, and I'm not spending an entire stream going over this conversation. Just split it in half? What, you want to dedicate 2 entire streams? I think the Young Turks uploaded segments. Oh, that might be good. Do 5 streams? Yeah, sure. Hold on. Hey, here we go. Somebody clipped this.
To your point about localism and all of that, this is a little bit of an example of what I'm seeing happen on the left that kind of reinforces your point. You know, you go to Scandinavian countries.
Do you think Anna reaches out to Ben for conversations, or did Ben reach out to her? I'm not entirely sure. If you're asking me if I could get on the show, the answer is almost certainly no.
And they don't have a federal minimum wage. What they have is trade unions who negotiate wages based on their workers.
That's right.
That's why I want worker power.
What was that? That's right. What was that from Ben? What was that, Ben?
That's why I want workers to be organized. I think it's a far better solution to have labor unions engage in those negotiations and those debates with the employers, as opposed to sitting around and waiting for this insanely corrupt federal government to keep their promises in raising the minimum wage. Minimum wage hasn't been raised.
Trade unions also provide the unemployment benefits, by the way, in Scandinavia.
They do. That's right.
They essentially do the job of what the federal government tries to do here.
One of the major components or factors in wages stagnating beginning in the 1970s was the decline of labor union membership. So that was the decade when labor unions really started to kind of fall apart to the point where we are today. Now we're starting to see a little more labor militancy. Honestly, that's the only thing that's giving me a little bit of optimism and hope for the future, because I've kind of given up on thinking that the federal government is going to solve these issues that workers have been dealing with for decades now. But to your point,
Yeah, there's no chance of that happening. Unfortunately, the federal government is capable of shutting down union efforts. I mean, we saw Biden shutting down the railroad strike. So they may not have the power to help, but they do have the power to harm.
do think that there are solutions that are outside of the federal government, and it's really about empowering ordinary people. But it's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take organizing. It's going to take putting your cultural differences aside, because that's an issue that the left has as well, in my opinion, where they want everyone to be pure, everyone to be exactly in line with them ideologically.
Oh, hey, we've been talking about this.
Culturally. Americans are not like that, though. There's a lot of diversity of thought, diversity of opinion. We have different lived experiences, different backgrounds. We need to meet people where they are and not assume that someone who might disagree with you on something is automatically a bad person or a rabid right-winger or whatever they want.
Disagree. If a person disagrees with you, they are a bad person. So this is a distinction that I've made before. I think I may have even made it with Anna Kasparian. I think I directly talk with her about this. But for me, I think I think it's essential to frame the culture war in the right way. So it's worth noting, if conservatives dedicate all of their advocacy to anti-trans culture war bullshit, responding to it is not bad. In fact, it's good, it's necessary. But you need to do it in the right way. The issue is that attacking trans people allows you to play on some really like long-standing intuitive biases that people have had. Whereas defending trans people, depending on how you do it, can come across as like really like academic brained, really like in your head, nobody gets this. I don't think that Democratic candidates should be like trying to cut down and reiterate like gender theory stuff when they're advocating for their candidacy or attacking Republicans. I don't think Democrats should make defending trans people the central issue of their campaign. What I think they should do is try to shift the burden of proof, you know? In debates with right-leaning figures, or when talking broadly, I think it should be, and why are Republicans so insane lately about trans people? Trans people have been around for a long time, and they haven't in any demonstrable fashion done any harm to anyone, and yet for some reason Republicans are so insistent on attacking them that after historically bad midterms, they're still tripling down on anti-trans legislation. It seems like they're obsessed or delusional or something. Make Republicans justify their obsession to you, you know? And I think doing that is good, not only because it makes them look kind of bad and delusional, which they are, but I also think it's good because that attitude towards trans people is basically a, what are we doing? I thought this was politics. We're talking about the economy. What's happening? What you put forward 5 billion state laws against trans health? But what are you talking about? What, like, you put the burden of proof on them, and your position is more like an undifferentiated let them be kind of attitude, which is much easier to rope people in with, you know? You're not asking your supporters to be pro-trans, because even though it is a good thing to be pro-trans, you can rope more people in more effectively by being anti-trans. Does that make sense? The Republicans do the exact same thing. They'll define their political advocacy based not around an idea they want to put forward, but all the things they hate. And in our case, since we don't hate trans people, I hope, we can build our advocacy off of like an aversion to this authoritarian, anti-free speech, anti-democracy, like weird hyperfixation on niche culture war issues the Republicans are demonstrating. And that's like a boomer sippy argument, you know? You want those good boomer sippy arguments when you're trying to rope in a large portion of Americans. The more broadly applicable your arguments come off, the easier it is to get large groups of them to agree with you. You want this guy right here going like, yeah, dude, I don't know what a transgender is, but like authoritarianism is pretty bad, right? That's like Hitler. Yeah, I guess all those anti-trans bills are pretty whack. And in his mind, when this guy is forced by an outside force to think about trans people, to conceptualize them in his head, he thinks of like a drawing he saw one time of a Sailor Moon character with a bulge under her skirt or something. That's what he imagines. That's the only image he has in his mind. He's never met a trans person, to his knowledge. He doesn't know anything about them. He just saw a drawing one time, and that was it. That's literally it. He just thinks in his head like, that's not such a big deal. Whatever. And then we move on. I feel like this is Gen X sippy. Well, yeah, it is. We call this guy boomer, but he's not actually a boomer, right? Boomers will be old. Yeah, he thinks of Mrs. Doubtfire. He thinks of the White Girls movie or whatever it's called.
Want to, accuse the other.
And by the way, when it comes to private sector unions, I'm actually not fundamentally on principle against private sector unions as long as there's freedom of negotiation. And
he is against them. That is a lie. White chicks. That's it. White chicks.
As long as people aren't getting kneecapped on the side of the road, right? The idea of collective bargaining, that's been part of negotiations since the beginning of time. There's nothing wrong with a set of workers saying we wish to come and negotiate for a higher wage. The employer just has to also be able to say no from time to time. Otherwise, start your own company.
So first of all, obviously the employer can say no. Never. Can somebody point to me a point in American history where there has ever been a threat of legislation which prevents employers from declining proposed union contracts? Like, when has that been a threat? Oh, yeah, that's the problem with America these days, you know? Nobody can say no to unions. In reality, Ben Shapiro is, in fact, against unions. I'm pretty sure I remember going over a video of his on unions before. Facebook commentators on Ben Shapiro's debunking unions video. Oh, really? Debunking unions? Debunked teachers' unions. The brazen corruption of public sector unions. Unions are good despite what Ben Shapiro tells you. Ben Shapiro says unions are bad for business because they are bad for productivity and efficiency. Is that true? Does it matter? Oh, whoops, sorry. Sorry about the noise. I hate YouTube. From the Valley Labor Report. I don't remember if they hate or don't hate me. Oh, was he up there on the video. So many links just skipped to debunking unions. Everything Ben Shapiro says is still worthless. But current affairs articles are long and also heavily narrativized. Yeah, look, okay, we can go over it later. Ben Shapiro touts like every single conservative economic policy you can think of. The only reason he's being conciliatory here, literally debunking unions. He's done all the bullshit on like all union bosses are actually big corrupt like cartel leaders that want to steal your money and they don't really want to negotiate for you. They just care about themselves as opposed to like business owners. And also they want to like destroy the economy because they'll put... So simultaneously, union leaders will not actually negotiate for your benefit, but also they'll propose contracts that are ridiculously like overly generous to the worker, therefore destroying the economy. Consistent positions, whatever. Let's move on. We get it. He lies. Ben has taught people how to fight unions too. Ben Shapiro, how to combat unions and Democrats.
Stems actually the bad rap.
As elected, you will then sign pension-rich contracts that do not pay out over time simply because the money's not there. I mean, they're lying. Listen, here's the reality. They're lying to police. They're lying to firefighters. When they say that this money is in the pension funds, they are lying to you. It is nonsense. They're saying that stuff is accruing at like 8% a year. I've been long in favor of right-to-work states. I think that getting rid of a corrupt system by which the state takes wages out of the pockets of professionals and then gives them to unions to be spent on the election of those legislators again, that is corrupt and terrible. And the only way that's going to stop is if people are able to actually, form voluntary associations without the imprimatur of the state. If you want to negotiate with your boss, that's fine. But if you want to negotiate with the state of California on the basis of legislation that is promulgated, that's a real problem. That's a real problem. The unions are, public sector unions are a threat, and I know that it's become unpopular even in conservative circles to talk about public sector unions for cops and firefighters because we love cops and...
He goes against public sector unions primarily, but like, again, he's overwhelmingly negative on unions every single time they come up. Yeah, right-to-work laws basically make it impossible to finance unions. Yes, they are a relatively recent thing, and they are fully anti-union.
Yeah. This is why I remember when...
Oh, he's against public sector unions, but I bet you he's totally in favor of police unions, by the way.
Last time we talked, we were talking about, the idea of, and Bernie was big on this, the idea of sort of collectivization of ownership of companies. And I said, that's called a stock agreement. That's fine. I mean, if you and your friends want to put together a company and you own the stock in the company and you decide the wages, that's just called the company. Like that's fine. And in fact...
Collective ownership of the means of production. Amazon stock is public. You can all buy some. What are you talking about? Yeah, dude. Sure. Yeah, 100%.
Very often you have some of the biggest sort of collectively owned organizations. I think the biggest one in the world, I believe, is in Spain.
Yes.
So Madrigon Corporation in Spain is a collection of a bunch of worker co-ops, but the worker co-ops within Mondragon, not Madrigon, sorry, Mondragon, the co-ops within Mondragon, though they adhere to various levels of co-opity, they are actual co-ops, not just public companies you can buy stock in.
Madrigal?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's right. And they actually.
Wait, did she make the same mistake I did?
World, I believe, is in Spain.
Yes.
And-
Madrigal?
She did. We both made the same mistake. It's Mondragon, but we both said Madrigon.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's right. And they actually engage in hardcore capitalistic competition.
That's right.
And have had to cram down on their own workers. Wage decreases when the market actually undercuts them because ownership is still ownership.
But those are
What? If the market undercuts a worker cooperative, they might still have to lower their collective wages. What does that have to do with... What did that have to do with anything? What? Even a pure worker cooperative still operates in a capitalist system. They're not decommodified. That's step number 2.
decisions that are democratically made within the organization.
Because it's connected to the people who actually have a stake in the organization.
That's right.
Meaning, and if you choose to take the risk, then you also choose to reap the reward.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So one of the big problems, obviously, is that when we try to posit sort of labor versus management, what both sides are putting in there, there's an opinion by labor that labor is the sort of labor theory of value. Labor is the only thing that's valuable to the organization.
That's not what the labor theory of value is. The labor theory of value is not the idea that the laborers in a business have value, but okay.
I don't agree with that, but it is a huge, huge revenue. I mean, the revenue is created by the workers, and I think that part of the equation is completely left out of the discussion when you're in America.
Well, again, I mean, I think that part of the revenue is created by the worker. Some is created by the capital risk that was made by the person.
Sure.
Some of the...
That's not revenue. The capital risk on its own is meaningless without the work. Capital risk on its own is just the investment that is used to buy labor and buy products in order to then generate revenue. But you can't say the initial investment is part of the work. That makes no sense at all. Absolutely none. Completely ridiculous.
Some of it's created by the corporate structure, and the
corporate structure. What is that? What? Well, some of it is actually created by the walls. Some of it's created by the second story. What would you say? There's a balcony. The balcony creates value. What are you talking about? What? A corporation produces products or services. If it is publicly owned, like in the stock market, then it's evaluated based on a labyrinthine, complicated, and often quite arbitrary process, which is the reason why, despite making fewer cars than like any other car company, Tesla is evaluated many times more valuable than like Ford or whatever. But additionally, like, yeah, the money printer creates value. True. How can you say businesses create value when the only thing that creates dollar bills is like a printer at the Fed, right? There's one big printer and one like 107-year-old guy with a little corn reed or whatever, like a wheat stalk in his mouth, and he's just cranking a big wheel, just making money happen. Yeah, money printer go brrr. Okay, so really quick, just quick refresher on some basic facts about the economy, okay? So value in a business is created by labor, but labor is not something explicitly done by non-managers. Managers do labor. The act of managing workers is itself labor. Even a CEO can do labor. A business owner can do labor, can be a worker, insofar as it's the work they do. If a person who owns a company is making a bunch of tough decisions on where to expand or how to invest or whatever, those decisions are work on behalf of the company. And to that effect, they are doing labor, and it is that labor that builds the company. The problem is that people who run the company and people who own the company don't overlap, and the people who own the company make their money not from their labor, but from their ownership. Does that make sense? So think of it this way. If you have one owner and 10 workers, and that one owner, for simplicity's sake, owns the entire company, those 10 workers are paid exclusively for their labor. That's it. That's all they're paid for. But the person at the top could choose to work or not to work. If the person at the top didn't want to work for a whole year and instead elevated one of the workers to a manager, they could just sit on their laurels and make money while doing nothing. That would be profit from ownership, which is evil. However, if they were to stay in the business and spend 8 hours a day working like everyone else, they would be doing labor. Of course, even if they were working as much as all the other workers, they're not getting paid as much as the other workers, are they? Are they working harder? Sometimes. Sometimes small business owners actually do work really hard. I don't fault them for that. But is the extra money they're getting proportional to the work they're doing, or are they actually getting paid for ownership? It's not easy to cleanly distinguish between these two things, but it remains a fact that a business can continue running only through labor without ownership, whereas the opposite is not the case. We have businesses that are collectively owned, where everyone who works owns it in equal measure, and these businesses do well. In fact, in a lot of places, they do better than traditionally owned businesses. But the corollary, a business with ownership but no labor, produces how much, chat? What can a business do when it is owned but has no labor that goes into its production? Nothing. And that is the reason why labor, nothing else, is responsible for profit. It depends on automation. Sure, but even if a product is produced through automation, it still has to be run through a transportation chain, so on and so on. A fully automated system. Well, I guess there are some fully automated systems that can generate revenue on their own. The economy is complicated these days. Let's say as a general standard, labor is overwhelmingly the contributor to what makes money for a business. R&D? R&D is labor. Advertising is labor as well. What about the difference between fiat and gold? That's a different subject. Not distracting me.
This is why, again, I'm not against collective bargaining in a free market system where you're saying, listen, and we do this on an individual level. I think one of the big problems that we've had.
What do you say to the counter argument that not all labor is equal? Yeah, of course, obviously. You can't compare the labor of a surgeon who works 3 12-hour shifts in a row to the labor of, I don't know, like a workabout janitor who just kind of chills most of the day. I'm not comparing the value of all labor. I'm just saying labor is what we should be looking at. You know, even if we had like a worker cooperative hospital, a hospital in which every worker there owns things collectively, obviously, the doctors and the surgeons would be getting paid more and would probably have more of a decision-making ability than just a person who does like clerical or janitor work. And that's fine. I have no problems at all with hierarchies of competence. People who know more things than other people probably should be put in privileged positions when it comes to decision-making, especially on niche technocratic subjects like medicine. That's totally, totally fine. Could hospitals even function as a worker cooperative? Wouldn't it be better if they were owned by the state? Why not both? It is actually possible to have democratically run state-owned enterprises. So you have a workers' democracy in a decommodified system. It's possible. It's nice. You know, we actually had a long-standing appreciation for that value. That's essentially worker government co-determination. Well, you could say state-funded, state-run only within certain guidelines, but its day-to-day operations would be democratically decided. Think about, let's say, teaching decisions at a school, right? Now, even though schools are publicly owned and operated and such, in the sense that they're controlled by the state, teachers have often had a lot of control over the way in which their school is run when they get together and talk amidst themselves, because they're the ones with the expertise to be deciding such a thing. I ask you, if you go to a hospital, who do you want making the vital decisions? The doctors or administrative staff? Because for me personally, I would think that when it comes to most every decision I will come in contact with at a hospital, I would, at the very least, like doctors to have been a reigning authority on those decisions. In fact, a lot of the way hospitals are designed, just broadly, are in line with health codes that were created by doctors. You guys realize that federal agencies are like that, right? The CDC, the EPA, these are technocratic institutions where the government recognized Congress wasn't capable of making decisions with this degree of technical specificity, so they created an entire federal department capable of managing that specific job, in a technocratic fashion. The CDC puts out decisions made by mostly doctors. The EPA puts out decisions made mostly by, of course, environmental experts. And God willing, soon, we will go to restaurants where the decisions are made by chefs, cooks, and servers alike, not some bloat-headed corporate management who only visits the location once every 3 months to complain about the ways in which the tables are arranged. God willing. Hey, who here has worked at a chain restaurant? What is the attitude of the average worker at a chain restaurant of management? Not of the person who runs that specific branch, but of corporate management, the people who only come by occasionally. I would say that, in my experience, the attitude towards those people ranges between miserable and murderous. Usually because they have no idea what they're doing.
In terms of collective bargaining is that because it used to be that labor was very striated, it was a lot easier to do collective bargaining because so many jobs now are sort of individualized. This isn't to speak to like fast food workers or something, but you're talking about, at our company, for example, or your company, for example, you have very specialized jobs. And so the idea that you can collectively bargain for very specialized jobs with very specialized job descriptions, it's actually incredibly hard to do that with any level of actual rationale.
No,
This is to an extent completely correct. The gig economy makes it even harder. Yeah, the more specific a branch, a department, a region, something is, the more specific it is, the more difficult it can be to get a kind of generalized support. Obviously, you still can do it, and they still work, but it's difficult to get them to. Isn't that what a broad trade union is for? Yeah, how common are trade unions these days? How many of you work for a trade union? I've seen the numbers. It's not great. It's possible to do this. It's just very difficult. Capitalists have also gotten better at playing workers off each other. For example, and my dad is very familiar with this because he worked in the VFX or works in the VFX industry for a long time. Most jobs in Hollywood are union. Makeup, lights, sound guys, they're union jobs. Because those jobs were created back in the days when unions were popular. Guess which field was created after the Reagan administration? That's right. Visual effects, or more specifically CGI, computer-generated effects. That was after Reagan, baby. There is no VFX union. In fact, when VFX workers try to bring up the need for a union at the Oscars cuts their mic. Google that if you want to. It'll DMCA me if I look for it, but it's true. VFX workers got an Oscar for their work on some film or another. I don't remember it. But when they started talking about their work situation, their mic got cut. Cool. CGI is not VFX. CGI often gets sort of broadly subcategorized under VFX. A lot of the stuff that became CGI was initially just considered to be a specific portion of VFX. Life of Pi got millions, then the CGI company that did the CGI went bankrupt months later. Yeah, it is an incredibly exploitative industry.
I mostly agree with you on that. So, for instance, look, we have a portion of TYT that is unionized. I'm not part of that union because of the specialized nature of the work I do.
Correct.
So these
you
are
couldn't unionize.
right. These are the graphics artists, the editors. They decided to do it. More power to them. It's worked out, and I'm glad that they did it, and they're happy about it, right? But when I think about labor unions, I'm mostly thinking about major companies like, let's say, Amazon, which you're seeing more and more of these Amazon warehouses either attempt to unionize, or in some cases they've been successful in unionizing. I think it makes sense in that area, especially when you're talking about a company that's so massive that the workers are just they become numbers, right?
So again, if people are willing to join a union and then go at the company that way, that's fine. My big problem is that I think the National Labor Relations Board is rigged completely on behalf. I'm sure you love the NLRB. I despise the NLRB more than
is fantastic.
The NLRB should be disbanded. It's a garbage organization. And it's garbage.
I disagree with you on that wholeheartedly. Listen, the Starbucks stores that tried to unionize, and by the way, many of them, hundreds of them, have succeeded in their union elections, and they have unionized. I mean,
oh, a reminder, by the way, that the CEO of Starbucks has committed multiple violations of union law and has faced no penalties for it. We're talking firing people for unionizing, shutting down locations if their union bill looks like it's going to succeed, threatening to close locations if it does. These are violations of union of labor law. This is flagrant. It's not like a matter of interpretation. It literally could be like, rule number 1, don't do X. And he said like, yeah, I did X. Genuine question, how has he not been sued? Because we don't live in a fair system and the rule of law does not apply fairly to everyone. He is enormously powerful, enormously wealthy, and no matter what the law actually says, there is a reason why billionaires do not go to prison. And it is not because they don't commit crimes. They commit plenty. It is because going after them would be life-ruining. How much money does the wealthiest person in chat have? Do you think it would last any reasonable length of time against lawyers that the CEO of Starbucks could put up? How long do you think you could hold out under those circumstances? Maybe Sake could hold up for a while. The vanguard of the left. As long as holding the powerful to account under civil court costs enormous amounts of money and time, it will not be possible to reliably hold them to account. So what, wait for them to die, Vosh? Lol, is that it? I've heard about this economic system that people are talking about that, if instituted, might give us a lot of pep, a lot of pizzazz against the crimes of the bourgeoisie.
In the labor-crushing strategies that we've seen from the executives at Starbucks have been pretty disgusting. You know, people who have been fired just because they've brought up the topic of organizing the workplace, just all sorts of violations. If it weren't for Biden's relatively labor-friendly NLRB, they'd have no protections at all.
Well, I mean, your protection theoretically is in how good a job you do along with your fellow employees.
Well,
no. What? Did Ben just say you can protect yourself from union retaliation by being a good worker? Oh, yeah, dude. That's a real thing that really happens. 100%. If you're just a really good Starbucks barista, then they actually won't fire you for trying to unionize. Something that is, again, unlawful. Yeah, excellent. Very big brain suggestion there. Jesus Christ. Yeah, maybe this makes sense to him because he's worth like hundreds of millions of dollars, but to the average worker, no, that is not the case. Maybe he's just still seething over the Steven Crowder Daily Wire fiasco, so he's just thinking in his head like, oh, yeah, man, well, Steven Crowder was able to bid for his contract. Yeah, fucking...
I mean,
the
when
NLRB,
it comes...
I mean, I have, listen, the NLRB is the kind of place where I made a joke online at one point that if somebody tried to take editorial control of my show on the basis of unionization, I would fire them. And the NLRB...
They can't, though. I mean, that is a ridiculous thing for anyone to attempt to do.
Of course, the NLRB sent me a missive, and I had to get a lawyer to explain to them that
Wow. You threatened to commit a violation of labor law, and you were messaged by the people whose job it is to uphold labor law, telling you that you can't do that. Okay. All right.
Number one, it's a joke, and number two, because
wait, they actually try to do that?
Oh yes. Oh yes, they did this to Ben Domenech over at the Federalist. Yeah, it is. It's 100% free speech.
It's not a free speech issue because I assume that the email was only them saying you can't do that. It was not them like punishing him or arresting him or fining him. The email was probably just something like, "Hey, we saw this comment. Just as a reminder, you do not have the ability to do this. This is a violation of the law." Which okay. Like, again, we're not talking about the NLRB like sending emails off to everyone who makes any joke ever. Ben Shapiro is one of the largest conservative media figures in the West. It seems fine. I guess you could say they're a bit do-goody there. I mean, whatever.
Speech issue. Number two, editorial control is not implicated by labor contracts. Labor contracts are about wages and hours.
Correct.
Right, and working conditions. It's not you get to unionize at the Daily Wire to decide that you don't like my editorial control. I'm the owner of the company. That's not how that works.
Right.
So I mean the regulatory
firing a person for saying they want to unionize is a violation of labor law. The things that they want to unionize over, joke or otherwise, are irrelevant to that point.
overreach there is really bad. This is not to deny that there are circumstances. You're a coal miner, and all the coal miners in town are being jobbed by the machinery. Of course, you should unionize, right? Norma Ray, okay, fine. But the idea that the federal government is supposed to cram down on Amazon, that it
Yeah, notice by the way how his example here for like acceptable times for like union intervention and protection is like a 100-year-old example. But apparently the NLRB helping workers unionize in Amazon, the like largest company, that's ridiculous.
It has to pay people a certain wage when there are other people who are willing to work for below that wage in the same exact town. Like how?
And yeah, if people in Amazon unionize and they work to notice how earlier he was saying, wait, first of all, he's misrepresenting this. Did he just suggest that the NLRB reached out and was like, hey, you now have to pay them a higher wage? That's not how it works. The NLRB would have protected Amazon workers' right to unionize, and those unionized workers would have the right to negotiate for a higher wage. What is this? Why are we, like, earlier he's like, principally, I'm not against... Oh, sorry, this is his voice. Principally, I'm not against unions. I'm just against creating unions. What are we talking about?
When there are other people who are willing to work for below that wage in the same exact town, like, how is that consensual? Consent seems to need to exist on both sides when it comes to labor relations.
Yeah, look, the NLRB's main role is...
So, yeah, what happened here? What are we actually talking about? The NLRB just, what, forced higher wages? NLRB wages... Amazon union. I mean, you can see the actual reason that Ben Shapiro doesn't like the NLRB. It's because the NLRB is one tiny infinitesimal little wall that we have, a tiny little shield to protect us from living in the wagey cagey for our entire lives. Ben wants you to die, not yet retired at 87. But the NLRB actually is willing to push for some kind of labor protection. Yes, the NLRB is also incredibly underpowered right now.
Protecting workers who might deal with their employer raining terror on them if they are organizing the workplace. You know, the retaliatory strategies that we've seen from companies like Starbucks have been pretty gross. We need to allow people to have those conversations, to organize their workplace without fear of retaliation from their employer, right? So that's the...
Oh, apparently this Washington Times article is saying that the NLRB touched off a 7-month investigation into the Daily Wire, which dismissed the matter at some time in 2021. If they actually did a 7-month investigation over a clearly joking comment from Ben Shapiro, I agree that's pretty dumb. Though it's difficult to know what exactly they were investigating because we're kind of going off unreliable word here. Yeah, and the Washington Times is not exactly a reliable source either.
Main reason why I think the NLRB is important. Aside from that, I just think that there is an imbalance of power right now, and it's because of the fact that labor unions have been dismantled in this country. And workers need those collective bargaining rights in order to have a say, not just in what they're getting paid, but also their workplace conditions. I think the rail workers and what the Democratic-controlled Congress did to the rail workers was pretty gross. I don't know what you felt about that, but rail workers deserve to be able to take a day off, or more than just a day off if they're sick or if they have a family emergency, without being penalized by their employer. And the fact that, you know, during these labor negotiations, they couldn't even secure that. And you had the Biden administration literally put its thumb on the, not literally, but put its thumb on the scale to prevent them from striking. I disagree with entirely.
So, I mean, on principle, I'm not.
Yeah, just remember where we're at with private sector workforces. Starting from the 1960s, a bit above 30%, and now we're hovering around 7%. One of the reasons that rail strike was so important is because it was one of the last major, like, broad unions in the country. It was not just one union, of course, a collection of unions, but they operate collectively.
Not in favor of unions being able to bargain for more than they can get when it comes to the internal turmoil in the Democratic Party, having problems with the labor unions that it seeks to appease, I admit that I enjoyed it. But
it shows you. But that's the
What? Wait, what does that mean? What did he just say?
on the scale to prevent them from striking. I disagree with entirely.
So, I mean, on principle, I'm not in favor of unions being able to bargain for more than they can get.
What? The process of bargaining involves putting forward deals that the other person then rebukes and you go to the other. He delusionally thinks the Democrats are beholden to labor unions. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of how Elon Musk justified his moving to Republican because he said the Democrats were controlled by, and I shit you not, it was class action lawsuit lawyers because he's you know, with his cars that keep catching on fire and running over babies or whatever, he's like, it's like entirely in his mind. It's like, well, who does he not like? He doesn't like the ability for people to be represented as a class in a lawsuit against him. So he's like, oh, well, the Democrats are controlled by this like incredibly small group and whatever. Phenomenal stuff. Anyway, so Ben Shapiro's in favor of collective bargaining and negotiation, but I guess the unions should never make an offer that wouldn't immediately be accepted by the corporation, which kind of means it's not actually bargaining. It's just nothing.
When it comes to the internal turmoil in the Democratic Party, having problems with the labor unions that it seeks to appease, I admit that I enjoyed it. But it
shows you. But that's the thing, Ben. Like, it's really important to differentiate between the principled left, right? I'm not just saying leftists.
Right.
The principled left, those who actually want to empower labor, and then the Democrats who pay lip service to labor unions. And that is why you are seeing working people start to realign their political ideology, unfortunately, in some cases, with the right, because they will hear someone like Trump pay lip service to workers, even though talk is cheap. He didn't actually follow through with a lot of what he said, but just acknowledging.
He didn't follow through with like any of it. Even the few thousand jobs that he got in manufacturing moved back over, more of them left because manufacturing isn't coming back to the U.S.
Those issues that workers have been dealing with made Trump super appealing.
Thanks for watching the Young Turks.
Whoa! Oh my God! Cenk jump scare! Woo! What's up? I'm changing my name. Why are you changing your name? Anyway, the moral of this story is that I'm smart and Ben Shapiro's dumb. That's the moral of the story. All right, guys. You know what time it is. It's time to do an emote edit. I want the eto eble. Also, I wanted to host Beetle Moses when he goes live in about 30 minutes because I wanted to host him, but he keeps starting streams at times that I'm not live. So I was going to host after. We're finally getting new emotes. Yeah, I'm going to try. Like I said, we're on the grind set now in terms of content production. Beetle Moses, that's right. Okay, let me get this file. All right, it's already a PNG. Beautiful. Okay. Open in Clip Studio Paint. Ooh. Fuck, that was good. Your camera's out of focus. I'll fix it later. All right. So if we want this emote to shine like the stars of our heart, we need to clean up the edges a little bit, and we also need to extend this elbow. Vosh is so hairy. That's true. You know the Black girl is a cop, right? She looks like the one good cop because she's so stupid she can't, like, possibly do anything wrong. I have one if you want it. With the elbow? We can just draw it really quick. It won't take long. It's all cell shaded. Here. Draw over it, it'll be nicer. You mean over the entire emote with my mouse? What is this emote supposed to express? She's like, bleh. Oh, this one has the elbow, Dad, but unfortunately the image quality is degraded. I'm just going to work with this one. It won't take me long. It's like a, yeah, my bad, ooh-woo kind of thing. All right. I'm going to just try to match the image artifacting here. So let me see. 4 pixels. That's better. And we need a green tint. Better. That's not the same color. I said, hold on. That looks a lot better. We'll still tone it down darkness-wise just a bit. That's pretty good. Maybe we'll tone... That looks pretty good, I think. That looks pretty good. Maybe very slightly brighter. Oh, that's good. Dude, look at that. Look at that. Wait. There, I just added to it. How visible is that? Not. We're fine. Okay. Now, what about the shape? Here's another version. Nope. Probably something like that, right? Does it need to be pointy? Pointy? Maybe if it's like... Something like that feels kind of... something like that feels pretty good, I think. Let's see how it looks with the... Honestly, I think that's too far out. All right, well, hold on. First of all, why don't you trace the other one? Can I just do this, please? Hold on. First, let's, on a separate layer. We want to do this on a separate layer for real. Oh, that's not the right button. Sorry, it's been a while since I've done this. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Make a separate layer right here. And then a third layer. The third layer is just going to contain the color that we're using, so we don't have to worry about losing that. And the first layer is going to contain the actual edit. That looks pretty damn good to me. Yeah, I'm going to take that one. Okay. Now what's the paintbrush again? It's been so long since I've done any kind of digital art. Ah, yes, that's right. We'll need to change that. Okay. Refer to other layers. Nice. Now we clean up the edge. And then we're going to go over the outline one more time. And that should about do it. Okay, yeah. I don't think there are going to be any issues with that elbow. When are you talking to Marianne tomorrow? Today's Monday. Marianne's Wednesday. Also, I haven't gotten a fucking email back from the assistant to confirm the time, so we'll see. At 32 by 32, you won't be able to tell? No, I want 32 by 64. You might want to up the exposure a little bit. All right, hold on. I want this to be a wide emote. It won't fully fill up the 32 by 64, but I think it's better. This line right here is a little bit too thick. All right. That's better. Okay. Will you call her orb mother at least once for us? Maybe, probably not. All right, now we can see how many problems we're dealing with here when we fill in black. Surprisingly few, actually. Maybe vermin. We'll see how the tone goes. Yeah, lines are actually better than I thought they would be. So what you do is you create a separate layer, and then you use that in the back, and now we see how it would look in chat. And what we can see is, Conyer is completely correct. We are going to need to up the contrast. Get rid of the white part. Hold your horses. All right. We're going to merge these two so I don't have to bother with it in the future. Selected layers. And edit. Change tonal correction, brightness, contrast. Okay. We're looking at it from here. No. Let's try upping brightness and contrast. Clearly not. That does look a bit better. As compared to... Yes, see? This is a lot worse than what we were looking at. Let's do some more advanced image editing. Tonal correction. Hue, saturation, luminosity. One of the ways we can make the suit a little bit more bright is by upping the hue, saturation, by like that. I hate luminosity, but we can add more saturation, and then we can contrast. Why not make the background transparent? Because the real background will be black. And then not quite. That's a bit better. That's not bad. Hold on. Less is more? Yes, I think I agree. It'll appear on my computer about this. Maybe you can get away with editing the actual blue. I don't want to, though. I like the actual blue. Of course, we could always cheat and add a white outline to everything, and that way we wouldn't have to worry at all about readability. What are we supposed to use this emote for? Whatever makes you happy. I wonder if going over the lines in black would make them a bit more distinct. Would that be better? Here, quick test. Just a really quick test on like one little section, okay? I know it looks like shit from here, but we're not viewing it from here. I'm just seeing what some basic black outlines look like from a distance. That actually looks a lot better. See? At emote distances, the black lines actually do make it a lot more readable. Eh? Hold on. Watch me cook. Take a look at this sleeve. It doesn't matter how even I get the lines as long as they don't fuck up too much. It's about the principle. The principle being, in this case, that I'm right. Whoop. All right. See how much more readable that is? Just like that. The band that our sleeve disappeared. Okay, well, yes, but we could do this. I think the lines are too thick. Ugh. All right, hold on. Not easy, you know. The best thing you could do to really up this is just to fuck with the contrast first. Let me see. We just have to know what it is we're trying to do. Oh, that's brightness. I'm stupid. Sorry. Excellent. Phenomenal. Does anyone know if there's a way to adjust the contrast, like center point? Because contrast will normally use an adjustment layer. Okay, I'm not a digital artist, all right? Try the Gaussian blur. I don't think that'll do what you want it to. Levels? Yeah, where? Color levels? Okay, but where? I think it's fine. Well, we're having fun together, okay? Color balance. The levels window? What does that mean? Try tone curve. Okay, here we go. So is this affect brightness or hue? Okay, here we go. So we want... Ah, I see what we're doing. Okay, watch this, guys. Are you ready to see some fucking movie magic? You guys ready for it? Okay, not like that, though. Hold on. No, not like that. Hold on. No, wait. Okay, there's something... Okay, hold on. There's a way to do this where we're essentially making brightness adjustments across the existing brightness spectrum. This is excruciating. You guys are mean. Okay, wait. We're going to cancel that. But I think I can do it, okay? I think I can do it, okay? Look. So if I'm reading this correctly, okay? Right down here, this bottom corner is how dark everything is. So wait, down here is dark and up here is light. And basically what we're doing when we say pull it like this is we are darkening the entire image, but we're doing it in a way that disproportionately darkens the brighter stuff. Why is there RGB in the top left? Oh, no. Oh, wait, never mind. This is for RGB. Fuck, I'm so stupid. This is for RGB. This isn't for brightness levels. Wait, but then it can still work because we're trying to specifically tune up the blue, right? You can do both in color curve. Click the RGB and set it to blue. You're right. Oh, whoops. Blue. Bright. Up the blue. Oh, now it looks like one of those like VHS like the VHS blurred ones. You know what I'm talking about? Now everything is blue. That's okay. We can fix this. We have to tone down the lower blues. That actually doesn't look too bad. Why don't you just add an adjustment layer? Maybe because I don't know what that is. Why don't you scrimble the flimble? Fuck you. Of course, you might note this doesn't really help us distinguish the outlines that much. No, I don't think we want this. Hold on. It is aesthetic, yeah. Okay, somebody said there's another thing here that might help me. What am I looking for? Color balance? What's the other thing that I'm looking at here? Try level correction? Yes! It's got charts, man. I fixed it. What? What? I fixed it. Okay. So this allows me to just use this to increase or reduce the amount of any color, right? So if I went to red, which is all her face, and reduce that, okay, that increases more red. And this decreases the red. And if I invert them, wait. Move the arrows above that bar. Why are they so small? Okay, what just happens if I hit auto adjust? Fix it. Fix it. Did we do it? Did we fix it? Son of a bitch, it kind of did. Okay, nice. Okay, guys, all we had to do is hit the button. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Maybe just a light background. It'll be in chat. Chat has a black background. Too bright? Don't worry, we can fix it. Oh, whoops. No, hold on, wait. We have plans, okay? Guys, we're doing AI art. We're doing AI art, guys. Okay. That's true, Dr. Osmium. Turn brightness down and contrast up. That's kind of dangerous, don't you think? Just hit auto adjust again? Oh shit, you're right. Well, that just set it to 0 and 0. Reduce contrast? Why would you want to reduce the contrast to make everything gray? Now we're back to where we started. Then increase saturation? Fuck you. I think this looks kind of nice. What about you guys? More blue? We can up the blue. The face is too bright. Okay, let me darken it overall. Is there a way for me to only brighten, like, the blue? Levels? Okay. We're going to brighten the blue just a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? Blue. Okay, that definitely brightened the blue. We have backed the blue. Okay? So now we're going to up the contrast, and theoretically, this should distinguish some of our beautiful, beautiful colors. We love our colors, don't we, folks? Is this too neon? Yes? It's all blue now? Okay. Now that we've turned the blue up, we have to turn all colors down. Okay? Saturation, go! Wait, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. We were cooking for a second. Okay. If the tongue doesn't pop, it's basically just that. Yeah, I guess we have to make the tongue pop. Look, I did it in like 10 seconds. God damn it. Conyer! Just give me the original. What? No, fuck you. We're doing this. Shut up. Okay, change back everything. We're back from scratch now. Fuck all of you. Okay. God damn it. Okay. Well, okay, what we need to do is we need to approach this logically. All right. What elements of the drawing do we want exaggerated? Well, the main one is the tongue. We need the red exaggerated, right? What? Oh, this affects everything. Okay, we don't want that. You're gonna make the shirt purple? Yeah, I want to bring out existing red tones. Okay, I don't want to add red tones. Okay. What is a binarization? Oh. Okay, yeah, it would make it a binary of color. Right. Okay, that makes sense. Gradient map? What? Forgot to merge these layers. Look at the insane amount of settings I had to achieve to alter this effect. Conyer, you have a different program than me. What program do you even use? So you upped exposure, did offset gamma correction. I don't know what the fuck that means. Exposure? Exposer? I hardly even know her. Okay. Unsubbing. That looks good. Fuck, that kind of does look good, though. Doesn't that look good? Okay. I think it looks too bright. But it's going to be an emote in chat, so, like, it has to stand out, kind of. How about that? That looks good. The contrast is too much for how bright it is. I think that'll look good. Like this racing by chat at about this size. Boom. I can't see the blue jacket enough. Well, we can up the levels. Okay, fine. Saturation. Hold on. Tonal correction. Hue, saturation, luminosity. Saturation up a tick. Okay. Come on. How can you hate this? Isn't that good? That looks pretty good. It looks good. Chat's just trying to extend the bit. Yeah, probably. All right. Now I'm going to make a couple of manual corrections, okay? That's what I'm going to do. Are you ready? Bleh. The bleh needs to stand out, I think. So I'm just going to make it a little bit of a deeper red, just so there's like no risk of it not standing out. None of the lines of this thickness would show at that distance anyway, so I just want to... That's cute. Look at that. You've ruined it? No, I haven't. No, I haven't. That's cute. Now it's distinct, see? Elongate the tongue. Do you think I should make the tongue a little bit better? Or a little bit bigger, sorry? Like just a tiny bit? See, now it kind of looks like her mouth is open. Add a dark red line. You're right. Here, yeah, hold on. We add a darker line here. Darker than that. Not quite. It needs to be less red, less saturated. This is torture? You guys fucking suck. I think that looks pretty good. Use the color on her nose. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I can just use... Damn, that's dark, man. Look at that. It's like your family dying. Ah, it works. I think that works. No, Canoe, I've got this. Looks like a Hitler mustache. Hitler at the Nuremberg trials if he had survived. Bleh. Dude, I think we've got this. Okay, let's clean up the hair. Graphic design is Vosh's passion. True. There's no reason to keep this little strand. It'll just cause trouble at that distance anyway. The definitive strand? You ruined her? Really? Okay. God almighty. But I'm cutting off the lighter pixels here. When you're done, can I bring in Danielle before you host? Yeah, just 1 second. She looks deep fried. She's fine. Is this really bad? We want detail? It's not bad. I wish she was my girlfriend. Okay, gotcha. See? Not all of you are mean. The only extra thing that I'm going to do is that this area right here has been burnt out. Literally just, I think, through, like, image error processing bullshit. So let me up that. Decrease opacity by 15%. Nope, not quite. 3. Nope. Okay. Hit it 5. Opacity way down. That's closer. That's a lot closer. All right. I'm satisfied. Export PNG. Bleh. An AI could have done that in 3 seconds. Yeah, but could the AI have had fun doing it? I think not. Yeah, this was the emote I attempted to add to VGG. Thank you, Kanye. Attempted? Add it? No, it didn't look that good. The sketchy art style. What happened when you tried? The sketchy art style didn't work that well with the nature of emotes. I could redraw it. I think it might be possible. I would just have to make a couple of alterations. All right. Vermin, bring in the Daniil. We got to finish these donos. Hi, yo. Uncle Kali with the $10. Thank you. Check out this certified agent of the Pennsylvania Secret Service training in high diving. Ooh. Oh. Bleh. Wait, did it just get added? It hasn't been added. Guys are gaslighting me. HS55 Delta 2, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Zachary Riley, thank you for the $2. It did happen. Mean Former, thank you for the $10. Every stream is my crowning ceremony. Here, guys, check it out. Fefala, thanks to the tier 1 sub. No, I haven't seen the non-brotherhood. Full Metal Alchemist.
Try to hold him against your chest, Ian, so he'll like lay, you know?
But look at him.
Yeah, I know, but do it soon. You said the
Eto eh.
He looks like a fucking dead bug.
You're a dead bug. Wow.
Chilly brained individual.
Look at how small his head is.
Somebody. Oh, okay.
What?
Somebody said wet wad, but it's them saying retard and then uwu.
Ah, that's true. Whoa.
Yeah, hold him against you.
Oh.
Ooh, he's
Careful.
He's making piggy noises.
Where are his balls? He still has his balls.
He's too small to get him.
Vex the Cat, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. I'm referring to the most recent one with Immortal Technique. I might give that a look. I remember enjoying some Immortal Technique songs, but I can understand them maybe having very bad politics.
Oh, there we go. He's watching chat.
Good. Pegable, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Likewise, Ragnarok and Vlelvet. David Crackle, thank you for the $5. True Horizon, thank you for the 5. Yes, we're going to continue to get a lot of mileage out of Bucket of Bummer. It's too funny not to. Casual Bogan, thank you for the $5. My supervisor who called me useless retarded cunt was way more accommodating of my mental health issues than middleman suit types who spoke real nice in Australia. Interesting. Okay, yes. Yeah, they love that shit. Australians love being casually mean. Oh. Creature, thank you for the $5. Superjet Guy, thank you for the 5. Speaking of woke scolds, a Muslim student got a professor fired for depicting the prophet, and the professor tried her best to be accommodating. TYT covered this. Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was bullshit. Goonie Ghoul, thanks to the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Velvet Bunny, thanks to the tier 1 sub. True. C. Jinmer, thank you for the $5. Yes, that's true. Your bosses will not be there for you when you need them. Spectre Dead Gaming, thank you for the $10. Her left hand is wild. Yeah, okay, we're sticking to the original. Will the Socialist, thank you for the $5. Silver Cakes, the $10. Don't tell anyone, but I'd rather watch you paint than watch an AI. True. How are you doing, Danil?
He's chilling. Oh, he's napping.
Look at how cute he is. Wah. I gotta click on the links. All right. Wrestling with the News, thanks to $5. A new pupper named Luna. I'm afraid your link doesn't work, but I love you. Piro Luchadora, thank you for the $10. I've not seen the new Amon video, but I'll probably see that off stream.
You should give Danil to Artemis.
All right, guys.
Since he's viewable.
Look, they're friends. Bleh. That emote is going to get so much mileage. All right, just let them roam for a sec. Let me finish off these last donos. Mongolian Beef, thank you for the $5. New PragerU video dropped epic. Oh, gotta give that a look, I guess. No look arena right now. I've got to go eat. I'm hungry. Alex Explode, thanks the $5. Made a little art again for parasocial attention. True. More image editing than art, but I guess it all counts. Gay Ops. Keffals, favorite game. And H. Jason, thank you for the $5. Hey Vosh, this is my new puppy Taro. Hope the link works this time. No, it doesn't. I can't tell if you're trolling me. But it didn't work this time either. I love you. All right, dumbasses. Let's see if Beetle Moses was good with his stream scheduling. Yeah, it looks like he was. Beetle Moses is being a cool cat, all right? So you guys need to go over there. And you need to be a cool cat as well. And be very nice, because he only just started streaming. He's good at it, though. Y'all take care. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Probably in the nighttime. Gotta finish Bayonetta. Bum bum bum. Da 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 da.